Good morning, distinguished guests, experts, policy executioners, decision makers, Africa's biggest brains, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of our 2021 Think Tank Summit on Digital Transformation in Post-COVID-19 Africa, Opportunities, Challenges, and Options for Building Back Better. This virtual summit is in its 8th edition and is organized by the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF, which this year is celebrating its 30th anniversary. You are all welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another 5-hour-long marathon sessions dedicated to developing varied sub-themes, all connected to transforming Africa's digital drive post-COVID-19. And before we launch into today's agenda, permit me, ladies and gentlemen, and dear experts on the ground, to talk about what we covered yesterday on day 1 of our summit, just after our opening session that was punctuated by 4 grand starters to discussions. And the keynote address would delve straight away into the 3 sessions of the day. Session 1, moderated by the executive secretary himself of ACBF, Professor Emmanuel Nadozie, gave us clear insights into digital transformation, implications, and its potential for building back Africa better. In session 2, the moderator, Yarik Turiansky, and his speakers developed initiatives to foster digital transformation in Africa, sharing experiences at continental, regional, and of course, national levels. The 3rd and last session of day 1 yesterday was moderated by Dr. Thomas Muntali. It identified the right policies, capacity building, and critical skills needed for digital transformation in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, all this were, of course, interspersed by questions and answers and discussions and suggestions, as well as comments made by participants. Like on day 1, all discussions on this virtual summit will be chaperoned by 2 hosts, my humble self, Drusilla Mokosojoki, and my dear colleague, Vincent de Paul Latangana, whom I welcome to join us. Bonjour, Vincent de Paul.
Bonjour Drusilla, Madame, Monsieur, bonjour. Pour ce 2e et dernier jour de travaux, nous avons au programme donc 4 sessions. La première se tiendra autour du thème transformation numérique et santé publique, recherche récente sur les enjeux de la lutte anti-tabac en Afrique. Modérateur, Dr Barassou Diawara, expert principal en gestion des connaissances ACBF. Suivra la 2e session autour du thème « Rôle des think tanks dans la promotion et la transformation numérique en Afrique et l'amélioration de leur viabilité ». Modérateur, M. Desmond Mouchi, Economic and Public Policy Expert. La 3e session du jour aura pour thème « Établir les partenariats et mécanismes de coordination pour soutenir la transformation numérique en Afrique ». Modérateur, Dr Christian Abou Lehaf, Senior Manager Coopération internationale à Fleximbank. Nous aurons enfin une session consacrée aux jeunes think tankers. Elle sera modérée par Madame Andrea Baeti, coordinatrice en think tank. Juste après cet échange, nous aurons la séance de clôture. Sans plus attendre, parole au docteur Barassou Diawara pour la première session du jour. Bonjour, docteur Diawara. Bonjour également. Ensemble de votre panel.
Bonjour Vincent de Paul Latangana, bonjour collègues, c'est un plaisir de vous avoir aujourd'hui lors de cette 2e journée de nos travaux. Je m'appelle Barassou Diawara, je suis expert principal en gestion des connaissances à l'ACBF et aujourd'hui j'ai le plaisir de diriger les travaux pour la session sur les recherches sur l'économie du tabac. Welcome colleagues to this session, which is around research on tobacco economics. As you can see from the session, what we'll be doing is mainly to share the key findings on recent research that was done on tobacco economics, and you can clearly see its link with public health. And we have 3 research studies conducted in Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Nigeria. There are actually more research, but the remaining have not yet been finalized. So we are going to share those 3. So just as a background, I must say that these research are being conducted under an ACDF initiative called Research on Economics of Tobacco Control in Africa for the African think tanks. So the main objective is really to increase and share knowledge and methodology of research on the economics of tobacco control in Africa in order to promote the tobacco control evidence policy making. You will agree with me that tobacco use is today the single greatest preventable cause of death in the world. Every year, nearly 8 million people die from tobacco-related disease. More than 7 million of those deaths are the result of direct tobacco use, while around 1.2 million are the result of non-smokers being exposed to secondhand smoke. Of course, African governments have committed to the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and civil societies as well as think tanks have supported accountability to that treaty. But tobacco control remains a fairly lower priority compared to other health challenges. Since tobacco epidemic in Africa is at a relatively early stage, it is therefore critical to invest in tobacco control measures to prevent a large-scale epidemic and pandemic. So talking to pandemic, COVID is one of it, and we have been going through it for quite some time. And as highlighted, I think since yesterday in our different sessions, digitalization has seen actually a huge increase during this crisis. So we can see that there is some direct link, between the digital transformation and the digital solutions proposed to fight against tobacco use, but also at the same time, the digital marketing, aggressively being done by tobacco companies. So today I have a very distinguished panel made of 3 speakers. I'll introduce one of them to make her presentation. She is Dr. Mariam Kadzamira. She is a Malawian national with a PhD in agriculture economics from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. She is the co-founder of YES, which is Youth Enterprise Service. So she joined the Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International. Previously, she has also worked for the EU ACP Technical Center for Agriculture and Rural Cooperation. So we'll listen to her presentation. She's actually traveling on the train and will be, showcasing or showing her video presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariam Katamira, and I'll be making a presentation entitled Digital Transformation and Public Health. And this is based on research and experiences from research recently conducted in Malawi. This is based on work that is co-authored with Dr. Harriet Gausi and Tamara Piri. So as a way of introduction, Malawi is one of the top 10 producers of tobacco in the world. And Malawi's economy is probably the most highly tobacco-dependent economy in the world. And that, coupled with increasing usage of tobacco products, as well as increasing marketing of tobacco products by the tobacco industry, has led to the country experiencing consequences of tobacco-related death and diseases. As you can see in this particular slide, there is a constant increase in the number of deaths that are linked to smoking between 1990 and 2017. And basically what that means is that for the country, developing tobacco policies that are coherent and consistent with the health and economic sectors has been a challenge for the country, and understandably so. And generally, there exists little or no evidence of the economic cost of smoking for the country. So what our particular study aimed to do was to fill that gap by unpacking the socioeconomic costs of smokers as well as their families, and just provide some insights as well from the general public in terms of their thoughts on public health policies, especially related to tobacco. From our study, some of the things that we found is that tobacco usage is prevalent in both rural and urban Malawi. Actual current prevalence rates are not very clear due to the lack of a national statistical database that captures smoking as well as links between smoking and the diseases. But data from 2015-2016, which is a national representative sample, shows that just over 12% of men in Malawi smoke and 1% of women also smoke. And what is interesting is that smokers are likely to be older, poorer, less educated, and living in rural areas. So older, poor, less educated males that are rural based. And this particular statistic is not just limited to the smoking of cigarettes, but different tobacco usage, including royal oil and so on. Now, the disease burden associated with tobacco usage in Malawi is difficult to quantify, as I've said, because of the lack of a national representative sample, but also due to the way in which patient data in the country is captured when a person first comes to the clinic, but also the way in which it is transferred and stored in the public healthcare system. So what our study aimed to do was to quantify the social and economic cost of smoking on individuals and their families using case studies of actual smokers that have been affected, that have been sick, and then to look at how that has affected them. And in so doing, we can provide some recommendations to the public health policymakers. But obviously, as a disclaimer, I would say that future research will be needed to actually look at finding how we can work with a national representative sample to do this similar study. So scaling it up to a much broader level. And basically what we did, we first conducted a rapid evidence review to see what was existing already in the literature. We conducted focus group discussions with the general public, which included 60 men, women, as well as youth, to find out their views on the establishment of tobacco control policies. And then, as I've stated, we developed 2 case studies, one of a rural smoker, one of an urban one, both male, who had been affected, who had become sick over the years, both smokers having smoked for more than 20 years, 20, 30 years. And a key finding that we find from our study is that illness related to smoking results in 3 things: direct ill health for the smoker, which is obvious, but also sometimes for the family members, maybe due to secondary smoke and so on, economic burden for the smoker and their family, as well as their community. So basically, once a person becomes sick, they're unable to work or to farm to provide sustenance for the family. And so that affects everything. And this economic burden shifts to the community, because often we find that community members come in to cover, they provide food, they provide money for transport to the hospital, they provide guardianship at the hospital together with other family members. So that economic burden goes beyond the individual smoker, the family, but also to the community. And then what we found in both case studies, quite interesting, is that there's a lot of mental health effects as well, which have not been well documented. So both in the case studies that we had, they had depression, they had anxiety, and not just because they're sick, but also because of this economic burden. And surprisingly so, both of our case studies were male, and both of them also felt that the loss of income was quite demasculinizing, and they were not happy with that. So basically what we found from our study is that the cost associated with disease from tobacco usage spills over to the family and to the community, and all the associated things that I've talked about. And basically our key finding also is that, as I've mentioned, the community effect, that social capital is key for individuals affected by tobacco-related disease and their families, as it mops up both social and economic excessive costs. We also find that tobacco-related disease contributes to burdening the public health system in various different ways. And our key recommendations are that government should put in place public policies to control the usage of tobacco and smoking. We believe that this will only be effective if these policies are, 1, consistently implemented, 2, they have budgetary commitments, and 3, they're enforced via various local stakeholders, traditional leaders, local NGOs, community-based organizations. We also believe that government and other stakeholders should put in place nationwide initiatives aimed at preventing smoking initiation, so amongst the youth, but also sensitizing and educating the general public about the risks of smoking, because some might not know. It might seem obvious, but it's not. And we believe that all these policies can be better enacted now because of the emergence of digital tools, especially in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, where it has been, it's not, people are either less willing to meet, but also it's not recommended for the sake of public health to actually meet and have large meetings of sensitization and education or trainings. The emergence of digital tools that are out there are quite likely to help government implement these particular policy recommendations. So we have suggestions, specific suggestions on the kinds of digital tools that can be used for the different recommendations that we are recommending. So first, we recommend that the government establish a national stop smoking cessation database, a smoking cessation database. We should capture the occurrence of disease linked to smoking. This could be a web-based system that could be accessed by all health workers in the country. So Ministry of Health in various districts, Chitipa district, Nsanje district, the Central region, the Longo district, all the hospitals should be able to have access to this, because as a patient, they can access any of the hospitals since public healthcare system in Malawi is free. So they should be able to access this, pull up the records and recognize where this has come from. So a web-based system that clinicians can actually access. Secondly, the Ministry of Health should also establish a public stop smoking service to help smokers to actually initiate the journey to stop smoking, but also to actually be effective. In both our case studies, we found that both had actually attempted to stop smoking over the years, but had failed because of the lack of support and financing. And we believe that this can be done in 2 ways: having a web-based interactive training platform for healthcare, for training healthcare practitioners, and in so doing, equipping them on how they can provide advice on smoking cessation as part of regular health screenings. So healthcare workers obviously have trainings that they undergo, but this would be a web-based interactive one, where wherever they're sitting in the small clinic, in the large hospitals, they'll be able to take this training regularly. But then also there's an option for those that are able to afford to have an automated digital smoking cessation program for those that can afford, are interested. And I talk of affordability because we all know that internet charges are quite high in our region. But apart from having traditional point of contact information about people's the smoker, smoking, and so on, this automated digital smoking cessation program could also be an option. And if it's not web-based, it could also be text messaging, and that can easily reach rural smokers where internet might also be quite difficult. But as we know, mobile phone penetration is on the rise in Malawi as well. And then finally, there's need to digitize patient data. And this is for various reasons. Even for this particular study, we found that this was one of the key weaknesses as we are looking for data. If patient data is digitized and shows specifically that this particular illness is linked to smoking history or tobacco use history, it will be easier to quantify the social and economic burdens of smoking and tobacco use, and therefore it will be easier for policymakers to understand what that cost is and what they can do about it and how they need to go about it. So we believe that various digital apps and tools that are out there have the opportunity to make it easier for the Malawi government to actually implement this these types of programmings in order to curb the effects of smoking in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariam, for sharing those key findings and policy recommendations from your study in Malawi. Especially, I think the digital side of the recommendation are useful around stop smoking database, stop smoking services, and digitize the patient's data. I think this is equally valid for the other countries. So we are happy that Miriam is able to join so she can take some of the questions. I've seen that she's starting responding to some of the questions on the chat. Our next speaker is Dr. Gibson Chigumura, who is the Executive Director of CIPARU, a well-known think tank based in Zimbabwe. Dr. Gibson holds a PhD degree in economics, and he is the founder and Executive Director of CIPARU. He has worked with ACBF in our knowledge and learning department, and is a researcher and lecturer in the economics department of the University of Zimbabwe. So I would like to thank Gibson for really making time to join us. We know that there are some issues around for him joining, but he really made all the effort needed to join us today. Dr. Gibson Chigumura, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barasu. And good morning, colleagues. May I observe all protocols? I will not be able to share my screen, but I'll just talk through the presentation that I have with regards to the subject at hand.
Gibson? Yes, please. Yeah, there is, I think, something on your camera that is preventing us to see you. You could remove it.
Okay.
Or
I don't know what it is.
A wire or something on top of your camera.
Okay.
Yes, it's better now. We can see you clearly.
You can see me now.
Yes, yes. Looking great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I said I will not be able to share my screen and for the presentation, but I'll just talk through the points that I have on the findings of our study. We had a study that was looking at the impact of tobacco control measures on livelihoods. And we focused on a grower-based perspective. We wanted to hear from the growers of tobacco because, as you know, Zimbabwe is one of the leading tobacco producers in Africa. And most of these farmers have their livelihood dependent on tobacco. So measures meant to reduce tobacco use also would affect their economic potential and perspective. So we wanted to hear from the growers and what they, as growers, would think would be issues that can assist them as they also move and transition from growing tobacco to other crops. Just to give a perspective in terms of the context of Zimbabwe with regards to tobacco, it contributes almost 10% of gross domestic product. And it is the second largest foreign currency earner in Zimbabwe after gold. So just those two statistics show that the economy is highly dependent on tobacco. And what has been happening over the years, we've witnessed an increase in the number of new tobacco farmers growing. For example, over the period to 2019, there was about 400% increase in new tobacco farmers to about 155,000. So given that context, you can see that tobacco growing has become a livelihood issue and a significant source of income. And in 2019 alone, each farmer earned a gross, on average, about $3.4 thousand US, which means it's a significant contribution to their income base. However, while the importance of tobacco contribution to economic growth, exports, and livelihoods are celebrated, tobacco use also creates a significant health burden. And I think you already highlighted earlier on, and also the presentation from the colleague from Malawi did highlight some of the challenges related to tobacco use. So it is within this context that a holistic approach in terms of looking at the benefits and costs of tobacco need to be looked at. And not only that, you also realize that it also affects the environment, because tobacco curing utilizes a lot of forests and deforestation. So that's another element which needs to be put in the mix. Then there is also associated risks with tobacco itself, particularly when you look at the green tobacco sickness and acute nicotine poisoning that occurs as people are harvesting the leaf and inhaling it. And there's been evidence which is growing about the associated risks between tobacco use and tuberculosis. So within that context, that's when we went and tried to look and discuss with farmers. And we took a sample of about 598 farmers that we interviewed to try and get their perspectives. In one of the questions that we were asking were some of the reasons why they are growing tobacco vis-a-vis some of these challenges that are there. And what emerged from the study is that farmers have a perception that tobacco cultivation is more profitable compared to other crops. And I underline the word perception because evidence has shown that there are other more lucrative crops which the farmers might not be aware of and might not have been exposed in terms of skills and in terms of marketing and institutional structures to support that crop, as well as even the funding arrangements. So one thing that we noted from the study is that once you look at these issues and farmers are capacitated with knowledge, they are likely to move out of tobacco to other areas. In fact, in the analysis, the greater percentage of the farmers, about 79% of those interviewed farmers, they did indicate that we are into tobacco because of the attractive returns. But the other group, also a sizable group of farmers, they indicated that it was their only source of livelihood. Then the other category that they said they are growing tobacco because it's a family crop, it's a traditional crop that they've always been growing. So all these factors also contribute to challenges for government to be able to implement the World Health Organization framework convention for tobacco control in Zimbabwe. You can notice that from the current National Development Framework, which is called the NDS-1. In it, there is an increased target for tobacco growing in 2020, starting from 2020, about 1,554,926 metric tons as the baseline for 2020, targeting to increase it to 300,000 metric tons in 2025. Now, but that being said, government is also facing challenges to adequately fund the national health system, which has been compounded obviously by the COVID-19 pandemic. But having said that, there are also additional disease burdens, as has already been alluded to, due to the direct and indirect health costs associated with tobacco use, premature loss of life, and productivity loss due to illness. So these issues then present challenges where, as a country, we need to reflect on the need for tobacco control programs to be prioritized in Zimbabwe while exploring other viable alternative livelihood options for tobacco farmers. So we see from the findings that there is need for the country to enhance measures on tobacco control. And this, in line with the theme of the conference, can also be done through utilization of digital tools. Firstly, to bring awareness to the populace in terms of the challenges that are presented by tobacco use. Then secondly, there is also need to expose tobacco farmers of other alternative crops that they can grow and the economics of those crops, so that they can be able to have a much broader options for growth. Obviously, this has to go to do with the agroecological regions of our country. There are areas where some crops might not necessarily do well, but again, that's information that then, using various digital platforms, we can engage our farmers and have extensive extension services as well as research to be able to ensure that there are other alternative crops that farmers can engage in, as well as also highlighting some of the returns that can the farmers can also get from the other crops. Now, the other element that we focused on was just to get an appreciation by farmers of whether they are aware of the various measures that are being put in place for tobacco control. And within that, of the 598 farmers who participated in the survey, 17% of them were smokers and 83 were non-smokers. But only 20% of the farmers interviewed did not support tobacco control measures, which means 80% of the farmers, even though they were growing tobacco, they were in support of the measures to reduce tobacco production and use. So the only limiting factor for them is what are the other options. So we think if enough investment is put in terms of developing capacity of the other alternatives, because when you look at tobacco, for example, it's a very well-supported sector in terms of research and development, in terms of the marketing infrastructure, in terms of inputs, as well as funding from a contractor's point of view, even though most of the farmers that we interviewed also had faced challenges with the contracting arrangements, because most of them are in debt from their contractors. So while it might appear that tobacco is lucrative. It is lucrative, maybe because of the supporting infrastructure around it, which if that kind of support infrastructure is extended to other crops, like your horticultural crops, it would work better for the farmers. So the other element that we also noted was that there was limited knowledge among the farmers of some of these initiatives. And our recommendation there is to say there's need for increased awareness among the populace through the various digital platforms, so that farmers as well as non-farmers, their level of knowledge is increased in terms of tobacco control measures. And of the farmers, some of them who say they were against tobacco control, we wanted to interrogate further and try and see why why that was the case. But in our further interrogation, they also concurred that there is need. Tobacco control measures are good in the sense that they will lead to improvement in health, especially for smokers as well as non-smokers. However, farmers are also worried, even though they are producing, they are also worried about the future health of the future generations, particularly the youth. And they did highlight that tobacco use by the youth is starting at a very tender age. So from the farmers' perspective as well, they also see the dangers. But I think they would also want to support so that they can also contribute in the drive to try and reduce tobacco use in the country. The other element that we noted, it was also the issue of the farmers' experience in growing other cash crops. So we wanted to know, before they got into tobacco growing, what were they growing before? And you find the results were quite mixed. Some were growing maize, some were growing groundnuts, some were growing soybeans and cotton, but they moved to tobacco because of the perceived benefits. But we think if sufficient support is provided to these other crops, this will also assist farmers to be able to transition and also sustain their livelihoods.
Gibson?
Yes, please.
Yeah, if you can wind up because time is.
I'm almost done. Thank you very much. So I think the other point that we noted, reasons for shifting from tobacco, I've already talked about. The crops were less rewarding. The marketing is difficult. And so overall, we noted that, yes, the farmers are aware, and yes, the farmers are willing to transition from tobacco growing to other cash crops. But I think there is need for capacity building, and we see the scope of the digital platforms to try and facilitate farmers through education, through exposure, and even now it's difficult to do your field tours, but I think this can now be done through digital platforms. I think I would end it there for now, and I will respond to any questions that might arise. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Gibson. I think that was an interesting study, looking at the farmer's perspective and with very clear recommendations. I think awareness, education, and the use of digital platform, I think is coming very clearly. Thank you very much, Gibson. So I'll move to the next speaker, to my brother, Dr. Onyekwena, with the executive director of CC, which is a well-known think tank in Nigeria. Dr. Chukwuka Onyekwena he has a PhD in economics from the University of Portsmouth in UK, and a Master of Science degree in Economics from the University of Kent, UK, and a Bachelor of Science in Economics from the University of Nigeria. So let me welcome my brother Chukwu. So you have the floor. If you can have your presentation in 10 minutes, that will be very
right. Yeah, thank you very much, Barasu. It's always a pleasure to be a panelist where you're my presentation today was funded by ACBF on tobacco control policies, strategies in Nigeria. Then I'll link it to the theme of the session, which is on exploring digital options. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this session. So I'll focus on Nigeria because most of our studies are Nigeria, but I'll point out its implication on the wider Africa. So I'll start by mentioning that though tobacco prevalence is relatively low in Nigeria, the prevalence is actually growing due to the negative the impact of the tobacco industry, trying to promote tobacco smoking amongst amongst kids in Nigeria, and that has been increasing the prevalence of tobacco smoking over the years. So tobacco is associated with about 29,000 deaths in Nigeria. Our research, or some of our research on tobacco control has estimated the actual cost of tobacco smoking in Nigeria to be about $1.7 billion a year, which is quite huge considering the budget of the entire country. In 2017, 4.9 deaths of all deaths in Nigeria was a result of smoking. The budget also estimates to about 231,000 daily adjusted life years per year. So this is one of some of the negative effects of tobacco consumption in Nigeria. So our work in CC reflects the 6.1 principles to reverse the global tobacco epidemic called the Empower, according to WHO, which ranges from monitoring tobacco use to protecting people from tobacco smoke. But the two areas where our research is concerned, it focuses on, is the one about the dangers of tobacco and also on taxation. So from our studies, we've seen that taxation is the most effective way of reducing tobacco consumption. The tobacco industry can sidestep most of the tobacco control measures, but taxation is the biggest burden of the tobacco industry, so it has proven to be most effective. The WHO recommends that tax should equal at least 75% of retail price, but in most countries, particularly in Africa, the taxation, excise tax, on tobacco retail price is far from 75% of retail price. So we conducted a study on the fiscal and health effect of a tobacco excise tax change in Nigeria, funded by ACBF, which is essentially a simulation, of the effect, of increasing taxes on tobacco, excise taxes on tobacco products. What would be the effect, particularly on tobacco consumption and government revenue, as well as other key indicators. And so under the government proposed policy, which entails retaining the 20% ad valorem plus a 20 naira specific tax, our model found that cigarette consumption will fall by at least 7.58%. on the assumption that there's a slow economic or income growth, and that tobacco industry increases price by 10%. But under the WHO proposed policy intervention, our model found that if you impose a 75% recommended, the reduction will go as much as 18.5% in all the 12 scenarios that we conducted. So we also found that, that increase in excise taxes has the potentials of increasing tax revenue from cigarette sales significantly, as well as reducing smoking. So like I said, the study was funded by ACBF, and is of a particular significance to Organization CC, because it's one of our stories of impact, because the next year, which was 2018, after conducting a study, we were invited to join the technical working group on tobacco taxation by the Federal Ministry of Health and Federal Ministry of Finance, and we were part of the discussion, the technical working group that led to the implementation of a new tobacco tax. We in a workshop participated by
I think we have issues hearing Dr. Chukwu.
CBF. We simulated how an increase in excise tax could act, and with that, which will increase the price of to 2 naira in 2019, and eventually to 2.9, a similar control which has been implemented over the past 3 years. So recently we are conducting, we have just completed a study of the effect of affixing health warnings on cigarette packs as a way of preventing premature deaths and disease. And this is like a summary of our findings. And from this table, you can see that what was in place before was a text warning, that just says tobacco smoking is dangerous to health. But moving from that to graphic health warnings, actually increases the averted events such as death, cardiac disease, cancer, by a very large margin, like 10 times number of averted deaths. So you can see that averted deaths increased from about 748 in text warning to about 7,478 if graphic health warnings are imposed on 50 and 80% of the sufferers of the package. And if you move from that to plain packaging, plus health warnings, at more than 80% of the package surveys, the deaths are actually averted, by 2 times, which is 14,208. So this last column has not yet been in place, but the first two, have been in place in Nigeria. This graphic health warnings came in recently within the past 1 year. So like I said, moving from text warnings to graphic health images increases preventable deaths 10 times. And then this doubles when a cigarette pack is plain with 80% of the package surface having a health warning. Similar finding is also observed observed across various types of diseases attributed to cigarette smoking. In terms of the monetary estimates, more than $108,000 is avoided in cost when a graphic, health warning is placed between 50 to 80% of the package space, and these increases to $343,000 with plain packaging plus health warning greater than the packaging space. So these were the key findings. Yep.
Yeah,
so these were the
share your recommendations or the options in 2 minutes so that we have some discussions for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'll write it up. I just have like 2 slides here. Yeah, so these 2 studies are primary tools for tobacco control in Nigeria, both taxation and health warnings and cigarette packs have substantially reduced cigarette smoking and its adverse effects. But on a note, Nigeria can actually leverage on the high level of digital absorption to enhance tobacco control measures. It is known that Nigeria and Africa at large has a very high youth population. Over time, there has been a rapid change in the way we consume information, and this rapid shift towards digital options. In 2019, the proportion of the population using the internet in Nigeria increased to about 33%. 43 million Nigerians use social media as platforms. So the increase in digital absorptions also increases digital options for disseminating tobacco control messages. And a study by Nigora et al. Has revealed the importance of the use of social media, particularly for the youth, in improving their awareness of dangers of smoking in about 6 European countries. There was a 10% increase in the probability of making a quit attempt for smokers exposed to anti-smoking advert through the media. So Nigeria and Africa can focus, can put more focus to be placed on exploring digital options and tap that into tobacco control. I believe that well-targeted short videos and documentaries, of the negative effects of tobacco control or tobacco smoking could have, a good effect on reducing tobacco smoking among the youth population in Nigeria and Africa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chukwu, for that presentation and exploring the digital options to support tobacco control. I think this was very, very, very useful case study from Nigeria. Thank you very much, my brother. So we've heard the presentation. I think we have around 5 minutes or 6 minutes to take any question that may arise from the chat box. I've seen Mariam already responding to questions from Mr. Ramlugan and from Pamela of Avda Nepad. So thank you very much. There are also some other questions raised by Serve Ajovi in the Q&A. So let me read them. La lutte contre le tabagisme concerne tout le monde, notamment le monde sportif. Ne pensez-vous pas que le renforcement de la pratique sportive dans nos écoles et collèges peut aider à lutter contre le tabagisme? So this is open, I think, to all our 3 speakers. You can chip in. The second question from Serve Ajovi is la mise en plateforme devait faciliter la prise de décision au niveau des fermiers et agriculteurs. Mais ne pensez-vous pas qu'elle devrait nécessairement être doublée de l'organisation de véritables filières agricoles pour garantir les débouchés et les prix? I'm sure you've got the translation, but the first question is around using schools and colleges and mainly through sports, actually to fight against tobacco. And the second is to really put in place a very good organization of the agriculture sector to ensure that farmers and agriculture have very good prices, but also good markets. So I will start from the last speaker, Dr. Chukwu. If you have comments on those two questions, then we move to Gibson and then to Miriam. Thank you.
So if I got the first question on using schools and colleges to communicate the negative effects of tobacco smoking, yes, it is important to target schools and colleges because the tobacco smoking are from kids in schools and colleges. The tobacco industry actually targets them early enough for them to initiate tobacco smoking. So I think tobacco control measures should also target schools and colleges, applying digital technology, which has increased as a way that people consume information, within that age bracket. So yes, targeting schools and colleges is an effective way of preventing initiation of tobacco smoking. Thank you.
While you have the floor, can you just any strategy at school level, something you can think about?
Yeah. So in Nigeria, we are part of the Nigerian Tobacco Control Association to definitely to urge, because the tobacco industry also provides proximable place
Yeah, I think we are having difficulties hearing.
This is for selling tobacco products within these schools and colleges to prevent such attacks.
All right, I think we got some difficulty hearing clearly, but I think the key message is you are part of the Nigeria Tobacco Control, team working with different ministries, and actually there are strategies in place to really ensure that tobacco use is prevented at the school level. So can we hear from Gibson, please? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just respond I take it as a comment in terms of organizing agriculture. I think that's a very important point from a livelihood point of view, that if we are able to provide farmers who are currently growing tobacco with other viable crop options that are equally and if not better in terms of remuneration, this will enable farmers to then move to those other crops. And as I said earlier on, if you look at currently the tobacco industry is well structured in terms of institutions that are supporting it, R&D, as well as marketing arrangements. So the same can be duplicated to other crops. And if that happens, it will then ensure that there is a transition from tobacco growing to other viable crops. So without this, so farmers might not necessarily resist the tobacco control measures from a livelihood point of view. But if there is an option, they could transition, and that should also be facilitated through knowledge, as well as capacities through exchange and services, etc., etc. So I think I do agree with the concept of organizing the agricultural sector and optimizing on the crop options that we have available as a country, given our agroecological endowments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson. We have Miriam. Can you come in? Good to have you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Sorry, I have a very bad throat as well, so please excuse my voice. But I think just to make a small comment that in the case of Malawi, I think the most important issue to reduce tobacco usage is to teach the children while they're still young. So to start training about the negative effects of smoking during primary education. So using school as well as sports and different kinds of activities so that they train them. Because often what you have is that children emulate what they see their elders doing in the communities, and they think that that is the appropriate way to do things. But we need to give them full information so that they'll be able to make their own choices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariam. I should also thank Gibson and Chuku for really sharing the perspective from 3 countries. These are research ongoing. I must say that there are also some other research from other 8 countries which are also coming. So you will be really informed on the outcome of those studies. So our colleague, Susie Limpepe, who is our tobacco control expert, has posted the framework on tobacco control, which you can have a look really to have some other understanding on what is being proposed as measures to support countries fight against tobacco, but also illicit trade. So I would like to thank everybody for joining us. Over to you, Madam La Moderatrice. Thank you very much.
Digital transformation and public health, recent research on tobacco control issues in Africa. Thank you very much, Dr. Barasu Diawara, and your speakers, Dr. Mariam Kadzamira from Malawi, Dr. Gibson Chigumira from Zimbabwe, and of course, Dr. Chukwuka Onyekwena from Nigeria for those incisive facts and figures on the link between tobacco and digital transformation. Our comment section is alive with participants dropping in their viewpoints and suggestions. We shall keep them coming, and we shall read some of them to you before we go to the next session. There are also questions. I'm not sure this question was answered. Ma question est la suivante. Comment les pays comme le Malawi, le Zimbabwe, le Nigeria comptent réussir la lutte contre le tabagisme en utilisant les stratégies numériques au moment où les multinationales, exportateurs et importateurs du tabac plus forts utilisent les mêmes stratégies pour promouvoir le commerce du tabac au niveau international. Peut-être cette question peut être répondue par des panélistes. I don't know if a moderator, Barasu, can come back to this question, which is, I think, very crucial to our discussions today. Do we have Dr. Barasu again with us?
Yeah, yes, Drusilla. I guess those questions will be responded live on the Q&A. We'll provide some response, yeah, so we can move to the next session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for explaining that to us. So we tell our participants that those questions can keep coming up, and we'll have time to respond to them in the comment section. Thank you very much. On the heels of that, we would move straight on into session 5 of the summit. Here we are looking at the role of think tanks in fostering digital transformation in Africa and also enhancing their sustainability. a session to be moderated by Mr. Desmond Mushi. He is Economic and Public Policy Expert, ESRF, Tanzania. You have the floor, sir. Good morning.
Yes, good morning and habari za asubuhi to everyone. My name is Desmond, as I've been introduced. I am a researcher at the Economic and Social Research Foundation in Tanzania. I am a Tanzanian national, very passionate about digitization and digital transformation as a young person and its relevance for my home country, Tanzania, the region, East Africa and the Horn of Africa, as well as the continent, as we think about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and its actualization. The session today, just very briefly, is about the role of think tanks in fostering digital transformation in Africa and enhancing their sustainability. And we will have a number of speakers, and I think as they come in, I will be introducing them. But just to ask that if you do have any questions, please do feel free to post your questions on the Q&A section, and we will make sure to revisit those questions as we go along, and that for our keynote speaker, as well as our amazing group of panelists, please do stick to the time provided so that we'll have enough time for questions and answers. And just so having said that, just to really give a little bit of context, I think it's very, very clear that think tanks play an important role in shaping, development agendas of the respective countries in which they operate. It's important now more than ever as we think about Africa digital transformation, and this agenda has become increasingly important as a result of the social and economic effect of the pandemic on various African countries. So having this discussion and the timing of this discussion is extremely important, because the discussions around economic recovery, discussions around resilience of economies, and the role that youth have to play in that agenda is increasingly important, and those would be anchored on the kind of transformation, the nature, and pace of that transformation. So let me not take too much time. The people that will be speaking to more insight, the guiding frameworks of the questions that we will be working on answering is the experiences of think tanks in informing public policy debates and agendas, in shaping or sharing their advocacy work and capacity building work on how they've been changing themselves internally in terms of communication and dissemination of information in the age of digitization. The second part is about what can we learn from other regions and other countries that could be adaptable in African context, or countries that we work in ways of improving uptake, relevance and use of research output on digital transformation. And the third part is about how we involve different stakeholders. That's government, that's private sector, that's value chain actors like SMEs, in tourism or other sectors like agriculture, or youth as a sector. And I think there was an amazing discussion that just ended, as well as CSOs and other non-state actors in this particular agenda, and how think tanks can better be supported to play the role that they ought to play in the Africa digital transformation agenda. Our keynote speech will be by Ms. Juliet Ehumwan, who's the director of Google West Africa, and she will have around 10 minutes. Juliet is very well versed in the space that she'll be speaking on. She was named by Forbes as one of the top 20 power women in Africa by the London Business School, and one of the 30 people changing the world, and also featured in the BBC Africa Power Women series, as well as CNN Innovate Africa. She has 25 years experience primarily in technology, oil and gas, and the new media industry across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So very well versed to share with us, wide variety of experiences that can be replicated or, anchored in an African context, West Africa, but also, Google, because it's a global player across the continent and has had significant in her leadership and work within Google. Within the Google team, has had significant impact on local content development, infrastructure deployment, and digital capacity building, for some of our key stakeholders. I would like to welcome Madam Director to give us our keynote speech that will set the scene for this discussion, and she will have around 10 minutes. If you do have any questions, and I know there'll be plenty, please do feel free to put them on the Q&A section, and I'll share these questions with the speakers. Madam Director, you have the floor.
I have a feeling Juliet has not yet joined us. Maybe we should continue with the other speakers and then would come to her when she must have joined us in a bit.
Perfect. And so we will start closer to home. And this is with Dr. Rose Ngugi, who's the Executive Director of KIPRA Kenya, and who will have around 8 minutes. And KIPRA is the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. And Dr. Ngugi has been involved in providing technical guidance on public policy matters and research and capacity building for different stakeholders in Kenya for the work that he does and along Kenya's national development goals, but has had vast experiences working as a senior advisor in the Office of Executive Director, Africa Group 1, as well as the IMF, International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. And so just very to go then to the questions, because I'm trying to manage time as much as I can. Dr. Rose Ngugi, Kenya, as we think, from Kenya, as we think about KIPRA is a well-known think tank providing high-quality public policy advice to Kenya government, but also I know it has a huge influence within the region. And so the questions that we have for you today to respond to in the 8 minutes that I've provided you is what has been the experience of KIPRA in informing public debate on digital transformation. What role can KIPRA play in supporting key stakeholders, so that's government, that's private sector, that's youth or value chain actors, as well as CSOs in the use of digital solutions in the social and economic transformation of Africa, especially in light of economic resilience or economic recovery and resilience as we talk about out of the pandemic or as we grapple with the pandemic. And what do you see as the best way for fostering digital transformation in Africa and enhancing the sustainability of think tanks? So, karibu sana, Daktari, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't have a presentation as such, but I want to talk from my notes. I want, first of all, to thank ACBF for really inviting me. I hope I can be seen. Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, I am not going to give a presentation as such, but I'm going to talk through because I'm supposed to give an indication of what really KIPRA has done in the digital transformation era and as a think tank. So as indicated, yes, KIPRA is a think tank. It is a government think tank, and therefore we operate in the bigger government, providing advice to the government, as well as generating evidence that is necessary for informing the policy maker. So as I look at the digital transformation period, I see different things happening and which are shaping up the role that KIPRA is playing. And one of them is actually in terms of providing the evidence that would inform the policy maker. As we all know that with digital transformation, we are not only looking at the hard element of it, but you're asking yourself, is it making the impact that is required for economic development? And do you have or developing the skills that are necessary actually to deal with this? And what we have done as KIPRA is that we've come up with various projects. Some of them are collaborating with the different institutions so that we can understand very clearly what is happening with the digital transformation. For example, we have some work that is looking at the fintech Remember that fintech and mobile services and M-Pesa for Kenya actually go hand in hand. And what we are trying to do now is actually to develop a fintech index that would help us to see what is going on in the financial sector. We are also coming up with a study that is looking at the aspects of smart cities in the context of urbanization and cities in Africa. We are focusing our attention to smart cities and at the same time on digital learning. And the key things that really we are trying to identify emerging issues, as well as gaps that are there, including the gaps in terms of access, and also including the infrastructural element and how the investments can actually be put in to enhance digital transformation. Given that we work in the context of the government, we also have to include things that are happening at the government level. And the key thing that has happened this year is that the performance contracting has requested all government institutions to put ST&I as an agenda in their work. So at KIPRA, what we have done is to set up, therefore, a committee which is required to push the agenda on science, technology, and innovation. And with this, we are therefore looking at various activities, including bringing together stakeholders, and as well as pushing together some research work that we have previously done in this area. The other thing that we have managed to do is to provide a platform for exchange of views among the stakeholders. This year in June, we organized a conference that focused on science, technology, and innovation. And we brought together practitioners, policymakers, the youth, the users, the providers. And it actually gave us a good platform for exchange, for the policymakers to understand what is going on, for the users to really air out also their challenges and what they think can be done better. And all this informing the gaps that are existing and the areas that actually need more improvement. In addition to that is that as a government institution, we are called upon to participate in various task forces, in various working groups. And what we normally do is that in those working groups, we are able to bring in the evidence that we have generated to inform, for example, the development of a policy document, to inform, for example, the debate that is on the table. And for example, we have managed to participate in a task force that was developing the data protection policy. We have also participated on data protection regulations. We have also participated on I think this one the chair can understand, Mush can understand, a Huduma policy, you know, a policy that would actually help us to offer services from one-stop shop. So the policy has not been there, but it's now being put. And also a policy on national addressing system. You can see all these things are touching on digital technology. And as an institution, just like other think tanks, actually, this is our role to guide the policymaker, not just by providing the evidence, but also by digesting the evidence for them to be able to use it appropriately in developing the policy documents. The other thing that I think needs to be done for us as we get into the digital transformation is for think tanks actually need to invest heavily in a digital infrastructure. We need to have the right tools, and the COVID has taught us that if, for example, you don't have a good platforms for meetings, for conferencing and the like, it may be very difficult for you to move. The first conference we had in 2020, we used virtual fully. The second conference that we had this year, we did both virtual and physical, observing, of course, the COVID protocols. So investing in this technology becomes a priority for think tanks. In addition to that, also what we learned is that we need to really adapt ourselves in terms of how we collect data. A lot of the times we have relied on physical, collection of data, meeting with the respondents, but it is very clear that with the COVID and the social distancing, it may not continue the usual way. So investing again in such a technology that allows you to collect data, and not just data once in maybe 2 months, or in 1 year or 5 years. We've learned that this data is necessary for today, maybe even after 1 month and another, for you to actually keep very good track with high frequency data. And then finally, as I take my 8 minutes, is the issue of visibility and diversity. We've realized that as think tanks, sometimes we do very well. We adapt our websites, but one of the challenges that we have been given is that we are not actually bringing in all the stakeholders. And one of the key stakeholders that we are not bringing in is the persons with disability. You can have a very good website with a lot of information, with a lot of interaction, but if you don't have a way of the persons with disability really integrating or being able to access the website, then you may be missing one of the key stakeholder in the public policy arena. I want to stop there for the time being. Thank you.
Asante sana, Daktari. Thank you so much. That was very, very clear on what KIPRA has done, the collaborative projects with other institutions, especially the FinTech study, collaboration and exchange by bringing together all key stakeholders to discuss gaps and areas that need to be improved, insights and studies on smart cities, for example, on better urbanization, digital learnings and emerging issues, aligning with government on areas like STI agenda, issues around performance contracting. So making sure that the agenda is anchored with what the government plans to do, evidence and dissemination using technology, and what needs to happen within a think tank perspective in terms of digital infrastructure, adapting to collection and use of quality and frequently collected data, and thinking about expanding access that we need to think of those who are not on the table. So that is very, very well understood. We'll go to the second person on our list of panelists, and this is Mr. Enrique Mendizabai. Please do correct me if I haven't been able to pronounce the name clearly, but Enrique is the founder and director of One Think Tanks. He's also a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, and until December 2020 worked with an organization that has a very strong footprint within Africa and in the developing world, in Overseas Development Institute, where he headed the Research and Policy in Development program. I know of this particular institution myself because of the work that I've done for ESRF. And Mr. Enrique, you have worked in various think tanks in Africa, Europe, Latin America, and Asia. And the questions that we have for you today that would like for you to respond to is what key lessons can be derived from countries beyond Africa that can be adapted to African context to improve uptake and utilization of research output in digital transformation? How can think tanks be better supported to play their role in Africa digital transformation agenda? So what needs to happen within a think tank level? And how can we ensure sustainability of think tanks in digital era that they are able to not only be present, but become even more influential and more impactful? Karibu, Enrique, you have the floor.
Karibu. Thank you very much. Am I like, yes. So thank you. My name is Enrique Mendizábal. I am the founder and director of On Think Tanks. And it is a pleasure to be back at the ACPF African Think Tank Summit. Last time I was physically there, I think it was in the conference in Nairobi that was hosted with KIPRA. So I'm delighted to hear about this. to hear from Kipra just now. I will not speak much about Africa. I'm glad that this initiative is led by African think tanks, for African think tanks. Rather, I will bring some reflections from our work around the world with think tanks elsewhere. And let me address both questions. So, what are lessons that are being learned by think tanks around the world, and how can think tanks be better supported to engage in this process of digital transformation in Africa or elsewhere? Let me start with the first one. So, what are think tanks doing? I think they are engaging with the issue of digital transformation in different ways, and we've already heard from the experience of Kipra, so I think it reflects that. You see many think tanks engaging with digital tools. I think that is the first way that we're going to see the think tanks engage in this process, not necessarily on the issues themselves, but on the tools that are available to them. And we see this primarily when it comes to communication, and later on when it comes to doing research in different ways. But where think tanks are beginning to make waves in this field, I believe, is when they start to study the issue itself, to treat the digital transformation of a country as a subject of their research. And this isn't that common, though. We've seen some experiences around the world led by sort of an African-based organization, SEMFRI, looking at digitalization in the financial services. There is some work done on the issue of digitalization in relation to access to rights, access to justice, access to a series of services for the public, which is widely supported by organizations like Open Society Foundations, Luminate. And we're beginning to see some interest in industrialization policy linked to digital transformation in East Asia and in Latin America, for example. But how are they having impact? And I think maybe some examples that I can talk about will be interesting. So one that I particularly like is that increasingly think tanks are beginning to reach out to a much wider audience, right? They realize that the usual policymaker audience that they have, that this is who they target most of the time, is just one of many audiences, and increasingly is not the most important one when it comes to making decisions. Social movements, for example, activist organizations is another example. These are groups of stakeholders that are shaping our policy landscape all over the world. Right? So one good example of trying new tools, trying new mechanisms to engage is the work being done by Chatham House on sort of future landscapes. So they are reimagining London over the next 100 years and thinking about how the world and how the country and the city changes as a consequence of changes around them. And this is an accessible, immersive digital space that I think is connecting to a different audience. We see, for example, a think tank in Peru called SDPA, which works on environmental issues, and they are beginning to engage. They've been engaging for a while now with activists and indigenous leaders in the Amazon, in the Peruvian Amazon. So they're providing them with information, with skills, with access to spaces that, on their own they probably wouldn't have, and that's helping them to develop better policy arguments, to develop better campaigns, to organize themselves. So they're playing in partnership with organizations that you don't normally see think tanks working with. And I think this is one of the big challenges for think tanks going forward, is if they want to engage in this process, they're going to have to work with organizations or groups of organizations that they are not necessarily comfortable with, or that they don't have much experience working with. Another good example, this is supported by IDRC, and we've been part of this, is think tanks getting involved in what is still a somewhat unclear industry, which is the impact investing industry, that is behind a lot of the innovations that we associate with digital transformations in our countries. And so this is an industry with significant amounts of capital around the world. They're being funded not just by the private sector, by private funders, but also by foundations like public foundations and even bilateral and multilateral cooperation. And they're engaging in sectors that require information, require knowledge, right? They want to work in education. They want to change the way we teach, right? To include digital in the way we teach. They are engaging in the health sector. They're engaging in agriculture sector. They are often bringing technology into these sectors, but they don't necessarily have the knowledge of the political economy of each sector and the countries where they're working. And we've been collaborating with think tanks to try to connect think tanks, local think tanks, to the impact investing industry. And I think this is another opportunity for local think tanks to engage with digital transformation in Africa, is to reach out, right, and to treat these new enterprises, these new funds, as an audience of your work, right? They probably won't be interested, or they won't have the bandwidth to address all the methodological caveats that think tanks are usually used to discussing with the usual audiences, but they are an important audience, and think tanks need to adapt to them and to their needs. Now, in terms of the second question, how can they be better supported? Of course, it's tempting to say, well, they need more money. One of the things we are recommending, and we're actively recommending and almost campaigning recommending in a campaign mode, is that international funders, international research funders, they need to do a quick shift to the south. Right? There is a tendency to continue to support what often northern-based funders would call, the best research, or the most robust research institutions, which tends to involve UK, European, US-based organizations. But there are extremely strong and capable organizations in the global south that can act at the regional level, for example, in terms of reallocating funding. You've got ACPF, AERC, PEP, just to name, PASGAR, just to name a few in Africa that can easily act as a regional hub to organize research. So one of the first things that need to happen is, I think, there needs to be a shift from research funding from the north to the south. And I believe that once that happens, you might get more local funding supporting these kind of initiatives. The second thing is that this funding shouldn't just go to projects, but it should go to building capacities. And it's clear from what we're learning in this field that think tanks often have to catch up with new issues as they emerge. And so I would expect and I would hope that research funders will be willing to invest in building the capacity, the intellectual capacity as well as the technical capacity of think tankers in new issues, where they have to catch up. They have to be as good and know as much about the sector as the people that are involved in these sectors. They have to understand the way these digital corporations work, and they have to understand the consequences of their work. And they often, in this new world, they're going to have to learn how to produce algorithms and engage with algorithms and challenge algorithms. And this is going to require learning. And so there's an investment in learning that is required, not on influence. That's for later on learning. Yes, and just one more idea. And the final idea in terms of how to support think tanks to do this, I think, is to pay a lot more attention to the next generation of think tankers. A lot of the support that is provided to think tanks right now across the world, not just in Africa, is to the leaders, the executive directors, the senior management teams in these organizations, and they should be getting support. But I think there is a clear need to invest heavily in that next generation, those who've just entered the organizations, the research officers, the communication officers, because they're going to be leading these think tanks in 10 years' time. And that's when we're going to see the real challenges in relation to agendas such as the digital transformation. And those are my 2 cents.
Perfect, and very, very well articulated, very clear on what think tanks, how think tanks have been engaging with digital tools in terms of digital transformation, and how limiting that is, and what needs to happen. what will cause waves or what has been happening, which is putting digital transformation as a subject of the research agenda that they are taking around, financial services, rights and justice, industrialization, and experiences from other countries, and what actually needs to happen to better support think tanks, and very, very clear on the shift of funding, but also, capacity building and really building the human resource for the future. So very well articulated. Nashukuru sana, Enrique. We'll go to the third panelist, and just, I think also like for Enrique, we will have 8 minutes. And the third panelist is Professor Jean-Christophe Bazika, who's the Executive Director of SERAPE in Congo. Professor Bazika is a native of Congo Brazzaville. He holds a PhD in economic sciences and is Associate Professor of the Department of Economic Sciences at the University of I can't really say this very well. But I'm sure he understands me, and also serves as the Director General of the Center for Analysis and Political Economic Research, which is SERAPE. He has published extensively on issues related to development, regional integration, poverty, as well as entrepreneurship. Professor, in 2019, the government of the Republic of Congo launched the National Strategy for Development of Digital Economy called Congo Digital 2025. And the questions that we have that would like or appreciate you sharing with our panelists is, what has been the experience of think tanks like yours in informing public debate on digital transformation? So really reflecting on what Enrique just said, on putting digital transformation as a research theme, instead of just engaging with the tools, and how can think tanks be better supported to play their role in digital transformation? And if you can, please reflect on what Enrique just shared with us. Karibu sana, Professor.
Bonjour. Merci. Merci de me donner la parole. Je remercie la CBF qui a bien voulu que je participe au nom du SERAP à ce 8e sommet. Je salue tous les panélistes et tous les participants à ce 8e sommet. Je vais donc répondre aux questions, aux points qui sont soulevés dans le programme. Tout d'abord, je vais commencer par présenter le SERAP. Le SERAP, c'est un centre d'études et de recherche qui a été créé en 2002 au Congo et qui aujourd'hui comprend 3 unités de recherche. Une unité au Congo, une unité en République centrafricaine et une unité de recherche au Cameroun. Et pour répondre aux questions, évidemment, dans notre pays, il a été adopté une stratégie pour développer l'économie numérique. Mais comme les faits le montrent, comme la réalité le montre, il y a encore beaucoup de choses à faire. Et en ce qui concerne donc mon intervention, je vais apporter des réponses à 3 questions. La première question, ce que le SERAP, quelle est l'expérience du SERAP dans la diffusion des connaissances à travers les outils numériques. La deuxième question, qu'est-ce que les think tanks peuvent faire pour aider les autres acteurs, c'est-à-dire les administrations, les ministères, les entreprises, les ONG, à mieux participer à l'économie numérique. Et la troisième question, c'est comment on peut appuyer les think tanks pour justement mieux jouer leur rôle dans la transformation numérique des pays africains. En ce qui concerne la première question, c'est que le SERAP a eu l'expérience dans le domaine de l'économie numérique, en ce sens qu'en 2016, un de nos chercheurs a présenté lors d'une conférence internationale qui s'est tenue à Dakar et qui était organisée par le CODESRIA. Le CODESRIA, c'est le Conseil pour le développement de la recherche en sciences sociales, qui est basé à Dakar. Donc, cette conférence, il a présenté le thème sur la gestion des connaissances et des TIC en Afrique. Et la gestion des connaissances et les TIC, une comparaison Asie-Afrique. Et ce travail a été bien apprécié et nous l'avons diffusé largement au niveau des ministères. Hein. Le document de recherche a été diffusé largement au niveau des ministères. Deuxième point important de l'expérience du CERAP, c'est que nous avons un bulletin que nous diffusons beaucoup à l'Internet, donc sous la forme virtuelle, auprès de près de 2000 correspondants au Congo, au Cameroun, en RCA, et puis dans beaucoup de pays africains, et même dans les pays européens et en Amérique. Alors, c'est pour dire que nous reconnaissons une place importante à l'économie numérique en tant que think tank, parce que sans l'économie numérique, nous ne pourrions pas faire cette communication et diffuser largement notre bulletin d'information. Le deuxième point, c'est comment aider les autres acteurs à mieux jouer leur rôle dans la transformation numérique de l'Afrique. Eh bien, les think tanks ont deux rôles. Hein. Il y a deux rôles. Il y a un, faire des études et puis contribuer, si possible, à des formations. Alors, je vais prendre l'expérience du CERAP, qui est la plus récente. Notre centre d'études a mené, il y a une semaine, on vient de clôturer une semaine, une grande étude sur les forces et les faiblesses des organisations de la société civile qui interviennent dans le domaine de la santé. Hein, c'était une étude qui nous avait été commanditée par l'ONG catholique Relief Service. Et cette étude a porté sur tous les départements du Congo, c'est-à-dire le Congo compte 12 départements, et nous pouvons dire que justement, les outils numériques posent encore un problème dans notre pays. Alors, pourquoi? Parce que 40% des ONG que nous avons, qui ont fait l'objet d'enquêtes, ne disposent pas d'ordinateur. Or, sans ordinateur, il n'est pas possible, justement, de pouvoir participer à la transformation numérique des pays africains. 60% des ONG que nous avons enquêtées dans tout le pays, hein, ils étaient au nombre donc de plus de 60 ONG, n'ont pas de connexion Internet. C'est pour dire donc justement qu'il y a encore là un effort à faire pour pouvoir renforcer les capacités des ONG à contribuer à l'économie numérique. Cet aspect, je tiens à le souligner parce que les think tanks doivent mener beaucoup d'études justement pour informer sur la situation des administrations publiques, les ministères, la situation des entreprises et la situation des organisations de la société civile sur leur capacité à utiliser les outils numériques. Il y a encore énormément de problèmes à ce niveau. Deuxième aspect, c'est les formations. Nous avons tenu en 2019 un atelier de formation de 40 femmes entrepreneurs avec l'appui de la CBF. Alors, ces 40 femmes entrepreneurs devaient être formées en gestion. Mais quand on leur a demandé quels étaient leurs besoins, l'un des besoins qui est apparu, c'est être formés en informatique. Donc, et là, comme ce n'était pas prévu, nous leur avons dit que nous n'avons pas prévu ce type de formation, mais nous verrons comment, pour l'avenir, vous aider à utiliser les outils informatiques parce que beaucoup de ces femmes entrepreneurs n'utilisent pas les ordinateurs, n'utilisent pas les logiciels comme le Word, Excel pour faire pour gérer leur entreprise. Donc là aussi, il faut aider les entrepreneurs, il faut aider les entreprises en Afrique à mieux utiliser les outils numériques pour pouvoir mieux fonctionner et améliorer leur performance. Je viens maintenant à la troisième question, c'est comment soutenir les think tanks. Les think tanks eux-mêmes, nous sommes un think tank, nous existons depuis 19 années, mais nous avons également besoin d'être appuyés. Appuyés à deux niveaux, appuyés sur le plan des équipements informatiques, parce que vous savez que pour faire la recherche aujourd'hui, il faut des équipements informatiques, des ordinateurs, des photocopieurs, des imprimantes. Donc, il faut un appui au think tank. Deuxième chose, il faut, comme l'a dit d'ailleurs mon prédécesseur, il faut les appuyer dans les formations. Les chercheurs dans notre think tank sont des jeunes qui souvent proviennent de l'université, mais notre université à Brazzaville ne fait pas de formation dans le domaine numérique. Il n'y a pas ce type de formation. Si les jeunes veulent se former sur le plan numérique, il faut qu'ils intègrent des centres de formation privés. Et donc, nous, au CERAP, nous les apprenons à manipuler des logiciels les plus simples comme Excel, comme Word, Stata, etc. Et donc, pour aider les think tanks à mieux contribuer et à jouer leur rôle, il faut les aider en formation dans le domaine des logiciels, formation dans le domaine de l'utilisation de l'Internet, etc., etc. Donc, voilà ce que j'avais à dire pour répondre aux points qui sont soulevés dans le cadre de ce panel. Je vous remercie.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Professor. That is very, very, very clear. I think for me, I see a lot of similarities with previous speakers on what CERAPE has been able to do so far. You know, its experience in facilitating digital economy, the work that it's been doing to disseminate its work in Congo, but also within the region and beyond. But also how it's been assisting and facilitating other actors, you know, carrying out studies that aim at building capacity of different stakeholders, providing insights on the situation of, you know, various actors like CSOs, government, as well as, you know, private sector, you know, capacity building to stakeholders. And this, for me, what drove it home is, you know, expanding access for women entrepreneurs in the use of digital tools in the age of digital transformation as an important value add. I think this is also consistent with what Dr. Ngugi also mentioned earlier about expanding access to people with disabilities, but also what needs to happen, very similar to what Kipra said in terms of infrastructure needs, but also what Enrique just spoke about, building capacity of the human resource, you know, of the future. We'll go to the next speaker, and that is Dr. Paul Kariuki, who's the Executive Director of Democracy Development Program in South Africa. You know, Dr. Kariuki holds a PhD in administration from University of KwaZulu-Natal. He's also the Executive Director, as I mentioned, of the Democracy Development Program, a national non-profit organization and think tank based in Durban, South Africa. And you know, his research interest is in areas around public governance, digital transformation, public participation, especially on elections, you know, electronic governance, local government, migration, cybersecurity, and really a plethora of areas, you know, issues around digital transformation. And he's published research articles that are peer-reviewed journals on areas around of interest, you know, various areas and themes that I just mentioned above. He's also a guest reviewer on several journals, both in Africa and abroad. And the question that I have for you, you know, from the mid-2000s onwards, digital revolution raised hope for democracy, transformation, and strengthening in Africa. So with your strong interest on public participation and this linked to digital transformation, the questions are, what has been the experience of the think tank in informing public debate on digital transformation? And second, what role can think tanks play in supporting key stakeholders such as government, private sector, SMEs, CSOs, and other key stakeholders when we think about electioneering process in using digital solutions for social and economic transformation in African countries? Karibu Daktari, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Really appreciate, and thank you again to ACBF, who has given me the opportunity to participate in this summit. I'm not new now to ACBF interventions. I'm really thankful for that, Dr. Barasu, and the team that has made this possible. I have a screen presentation to share, and please excuse me if it comes across as already, it may sound like a repetition, because you know the dangers of coming towards the end of such a intervention, everything that one would have said has already been said. So pardon me in case it comes through that way, but we'll try to maximize the time I have so that we can engage in the conversation. I'll just go straight. I wonder whether you can be able to see my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Give me just an indication.
Yes, you can. But you can also have it on PowerPoint format.
Yes, that's what I want to do. All right. Okay. All right, so I'll just keep that introduction bit just to say that as a continent, as far as digital transformation is concerned, we actually at a very prime time, as colleagues have said, those who are presented before me. In many ways, we are already starting to see a shift towards intra and inter-African coordination and interaction and cooperation, not only just in issues of trade, but in other areas of cooperation, political cooperation, governance, and economic development and the like. And so as a continent, already there is a shift towards effective participation in this new digital era. And of course, digitalization has become one of the facilitators of this movement towards poverty alleviation, reducing inequality, facilitating trade, and of course, towards the achievement of the Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. So in a nutshell, I would like to say that our continent is ripe to do serious leapfrogging and to tap into this new way of living that has, partly been accelerated by COVID-19. And at the same time, also, there is a consciousness, I want to believe, among African leadership that we need to move in this direction as a continent and also as individual countries. I just wanted to put this slide here to show that we have potential as a continent. We own 60% of world's uncultivated arable land that needs to be utilized in terms of agriculture. We have that kind of 23% of Africa's land area is forest. 75% of our land mass is full of platinum and other mineral resources. My point here is to say that all these sectors that already show a competitive advantage would profit very well if we really maximize our digital transformation agenda. Given the socioeconomic structural challenge that we've come through the different ages of civilization, we've come through the first agricultural age, we get into an industrial age, and now we are in the information age. Information is moving first. Information has become the currency, and therefore there is no reason or excuse why Africa as a continent and African countries in particular should not be taking advantage of maximizing what this information age do present us. In Africa, I would like to say that digitalization or digital transformation is already building on existing socioeconomic development initiatives and frameworks, which are already aligned with the priorities of the African Union. So we are not starting from zero, so to speak. There is already a foundation that is existing, and that's what we are building on. Some of the primary objectives of this digital transformation of the continent include creation of an integrated and inclusive digital society that is geared towards the improvement in the quality of African people. I think that's very important to mention. And so that we can also strengthen our existing socioeconomic sectors, as I showed in my earlier slide, of the potential we have in terms of agriculture, in terms of our mineral wealth, in terms of our ability to lead scientific discoveries, especially in the continent at the moment due to COVID-19, to promote economic diversification and development and ensure that our continent becomes a producer and not a consumer of goods and services. And of course, the most important here is to break the digital divide. And so I would like to also say that digital transformation is primarily supported by internet penetration in our continent. As of December last year, 2020, if you look at the internet penetration in Africa, it's at 43%. The global average is 64.2%. The rest of the world is 68.60. You can see there is traction in Africa trying to catch up with the rest of the world, but there is still a lot of work to be done to ensure, just like our last speaker indicated, there is a lot of work to be done to ensure that our digitalization or digital transformation can be fully supported so long as we have sufficient internet penetration. I would like to see us reporting probably in a year's time from now, already hitting our 70% and above of internet penetration in Africa. What has been the experience of think tanks? And I divided this into two just because I think there has been different movements and some of these things have already been alluded by colleagues. in the pre-COVID experiences that, there was an overwhelming pressure to adapt to virtual or remote mode of working, which colleagues have already said, repurposing of funding to ensure that we reprioritize areas of work, the high cost of technological investment, especially on equipment and Wi-Fi, even as a colleague said, adaptation, balancing between personal freedoms and time of delivery of outputs by organization. I'm talking this in the context of think tank, for example, because we know the kind of work we have to deal with constantly. There's pressure to secure additional funding, and of course, leading teams, adapting to the emotional well-being of individuals, at the same time also ensuring that they are delivering. And so creating what I would call psychological safety for think tank colleagues. It's one of the experiences that my organization had to experience so that people can still produce. After that adaptation, we had to look into local philanthropy, raising money internally. We have been very, as an organization, dependent on our colleagues from the North who have been supporting, and I appreciate that. But we had to really think again of local philanthropy and trying to get money within the country so that we can be able to continue with our work. And the other aspect was to explore joint fundraising opportunities with other think tanks locally so that we can increase our capacities collectively. And as my colleague said, continuous reskilling of staff. What lessons can we learn from outside of Africa that can be adapted to a continental context? We need to embrace change. Change is good, change is not evil. It has to be embraced. Collaborate with the like-minded organization to forge ahead as a herd, with a common vision, sharing resources, establish support systems dependent on the organizations and how they engage with partnership conversation, leverage the technology that we have access to the maximum, be wise in our financial spending. Yeah, every penny counts. And in that, I think majority of us will agree with that. And that's one of the biggest things that we had to deal with during the COVID period. And probably some are still working around how to manage their resources in order to stay relevant. And of course, flexibility to changing operational context. The adaptation of, different working modes to keep our colleagues in organizations motivated and inspired to continue to do what they do best. That is an ongoing balancing act. So some of those lessons that we can learn from our colleagues from outside of Africa that can be contextualized in our area of work here. What role can think tanks play in supporting stakeholders? Again, colleagues have already alluded to most of what has been shared around this, but I would like to say that we need to still lead in the spearheading the use of technology. We must use it, we must produce results, but also at the same time support the development of ICT skills in a way that we encourage massive population that has been equipped with the relevant digital skills so that they can be able to participate effectively in the digitalization agenda in a non-discriminatory manner across the society. So irrespective of the socioeconomic conditions and status. Then we must also continue using evidence-based information to inform and support decision-making and policy-making processes. How can then this happen? How can think tanks in Africa continue playing their role?
You have additional 30 seconds.
Yes, I'm almost done. So what we need to do, since I think I will do this. All right, so we need to strengthen the use of evidence, as colleagues have said. We need to leverage that use of technologies. We need to mobilize local philanthropy and as well as external funding. And we used to, as a colleague said there in the last presentation, we need to invest in digital entrepreneurs. Africa is blessed. It has both seasoned and emerging entrepreneurs in this space, and they need to be given a chance to do that, to be supported. In conclusion, I want to declare that Africa is in a race against time. We cannot afford to be left behind. We got to catch up and we got to do what we need to do with urgency. Digital transformation is needed urgently to support inclusive growth and development in our continent. At the same time, digital divide must be broken. There must be political will to support this idea. And then, of course, continuous investment in digital skills in supporting our transformation. And of course, mobilize everybody to participate, including the private sector and our social partners, labor and civil society. Thank you.
Asante sana, Daktari. That was very, very clear in terms of how we need to think about digital transformation. I think there's a stronger emphasis on looking within and ensuring that we rally everybody behind a particular cause, thinking about domestic revenue mobilization, as well as complementing that with what we can get from key partners outside the continent. Very thorough and very clear presentation. We thank you a lot for your insights. Because of time, we'll go very quickly to our last panelist, then we will have, I think I understand now, our keynote speaker has joined, so we will go to our last panelist, which is Engineer Boubacar Makalu, hopefully I've pronounced the name correctly, who's the program coordinator at GRAD in Mali. The engineer is a holder of an engineering degree and a master's degree and a special certificate in international economic relations, and has been employed as an expert in various development partners, and also is an advisor and chief of staff to the Minister of Planning in Mali. And the question is that, engineer, you have long experience working in various think tanks in Mali and have a good understanding of Africa's development priorities. I think also from the role that you have played working with the Minister of Planning in Mali, the questions, and I would like to tailor them to only 2 questions in the interest of time, is what has been the experience of think tanks in informing public debate on digital transformation through knowledge production, sharing and advocacy, as well as capacity building? And the second question is, do you have any lessons on how to improve uptake and utilization of research output on Africa digital transformation, especially reflecting on your experience working, from both having worked in development partner space, think tanks, as well as in government? Welcome, engineer.
Monsieur le modérateur, merci bien. Ok, bien. Alors, je remercie d'abord l'ACBF pour m'avoir donné le privilège de participer à ce sommet en tant que panéliste et de parler de mes expériences, de mes connaissances, aussi bien de la matière que de mon pays et bien sûr d'une partie du monde aussi en ce qui concerne la transformation numérique. Alors, je vais aborder cette présentation. Je vais faire cette présentation conformément à des termes de référence qui nous ont été transmis. Et pour commencer, la place du numérique d'abord dans le développement de l'Afrique. Alors, là, je vais me référer à un article qui a été publié par Christina Duarte dans la revue Finance et Développement, qui date de mars dernier. Et elle nous rapporte que, selon une étude de l'Union internationale des télécommunications, un gain de 10% de la pénétration du haut débit mobile engendrerait une hausse de 2,5% du produit intérieur brut par habitant en Afrique, ce qui est extrêmement important. Je pense que rien qu'à cause de cette considération, de cette évidence scientifique, l'Afrique doit aborder davantage de place au développement du numérique, comme c'est le cas d'ailleurs dans beaucoup de pays, selon mes sources d'information. Alors, nos réflexions et nos contributions aux analyses vont se présenter ainsi qu'il suit. D'abord, je vais parler de l'expérience des think tanks dans l'information du débat public. Alors, cette expérience comporte un certain nombre de faits que je vais rapporter, à commencer par la création d'une banque de données sur les expertises au Mali. Alors, cette banque de données permet de rechercher et de contacter directement des expériences individuelles ou des cabinets de prestation de services formellement constitués. En fait, il s'agit d'une banque de données.
Excuse me, engineer. Sorry. Do you mind closing the window because we are unable to see you? The light is against the camera. That is much better. Thanks a lot. Please proceed.
Okay.
You have an additional 5 minutes.
Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Donc, cette banque de données permet de réduire, entre autres de réduire l'asymétrie d'information dans la recherche des compétences par les acteurs du développement en vue de la mise en œuvre de leurs programmes respectifs. Deuxièmement, toujours dans le cadre des expériences, c'est la création d'une base de données qui constitue une bibliothèque virtuelle et une source de données fiable et actualisée. Et pour aborder maintenant l'expérience des think tanks dans le renforcement des capacités, je vais le faire à travers un certain nombre d'activités. D'abord, l'organisation des séminaires de diffusion qui constituent des événements annuels organisés à l'intention des acteurs étatiques et non étatiques pour informer et partager des résultats de travaux de recherche sur le développement socio-économique du Mali. Deuxième activité, deuxième expérience, donc, c'est l'organisation de sessions de formation au profit des acteurs non étatiques sur un certain nombre de thématiques. Premièrement, la formulation et la conduite de campagnes de plaidoyer dans l'analyse et l'influence des politiques publiques. Et deuxièmement, la mise en œuvre de recommandations de politiques publiques issues d'analyses scientifiques réalisées par les think tanks à travers des activités pertinentes identifiées au cas par cas. Et une autre activité, toujours dans le cadre de l'expérience des think tanks dans le renforcement des capacités, c'est l'interconnexion d'organisations faîtières du secteur privé et de la société civile en vue de partager en temps réel des informations stratégiques et opérationnelles, parfois vitales pour l'ensemble du pays, et en situation, notamment en ce qui concerne par exemple des quantités de produits alimentaires en transit ou en stock dans les entrepôts du Mali, au port d'Abidjan, de Dakar, de Cotonou, de Nouakchott, de Conakry et de Tema. Une autre activité, c'est le renforcement des capacités des représentants du gouvernement dans un certain nombre de domaines. Je vais en citer deux. L'analyse et la formulation des politiques publiques. En ce qui concerne les principales leçons qui peuvent être tirées de pays autres que les pays africains, je vais citer par exemple la promotion de la prospective d'une part, la recherche de l'innovation technologique, l'intelligence économique et le renforcement continu des capacités de tous les acteurs d'autre part. Tous les acteurs, parce qu'il faut non seulement renforcer les capacités des acteurs étatiques, mais il faut renforcer les capacités des acteurs non étatiques. Parce que c'est le secteur étatique et le secteur non étatique qui doivent constituer un attelage important, impressionnant et efficace pour la conception et la mise en œuvre des politiques de développement des États. Il y a par exemple l'exemple de Samsung, l'entreprise Samsung que vous connaissez tous, une entreprise bientôt centenaire, qui a évolué grâce à la prospective de la pêche artisanale à aujourd'hui le domaine de l'électronique et de l'économie numérique. Donc, un changement extraordinaire, un succès extraordinaire, mondial, remarquable et durable grâce au numérique, mais en amont, grâce à la prospective, grâce à l'intelligence économique et tout le reste que vous savez. Donc, à travers des activités de recherche et d'information, il s'agira de mettre au point ou d'adapter des solutions technologiques d'ailleurs aux besoins spécifiques des États africains. Maintenant, pour parler des rôles des OK, it's enough. Le rôle que les think tanks peuvent jouer pour aider les principales parties prenantes. D'abord, l'information à travers la conception et l'appui à la mise en œuvre d'événements périodiques et officiels. C'est le cas, par exemple, des journées sur la numérisation, mais aussi la formation. Après l'information, il y a la formation à travers des programmes conçus à la carte, suivant des activités, suite à des activités d'identification des besoins de renforcement des capacités. Ensuite, il y a la recherche à travers beaucoup d'activités d'études notamment. Et comment les think tanks peuvent-ils être soutenus? Les think tanks peuvent être soutenus à travers l'organisation de forums annuels sur des thèmes en lien avec la transformation numérique. Et les think tanks peuvent être soutenus aussi à travers diverses formes, notamment des appuis financiers des États à l'occasion d'événements épisodiques, appuis réguliers annuels à travers des allocations budgétaires sur le budget d'État, mais aussi la mise en place d'un fonds compétitif pour la transformation numérique. Et en conclusion, je dirais que le numérique est devenu un instrument d'appréciation de la vitalité et de la modernisation du développement des pays, notamment dans ceux en développement. En conséquence, la transformation numérique doit être la priorité de toutes les politiques de développement du continent parce qu'elle constitue une opportunité pour accélérer la croissance économique, la réduction de la pauvreté,
can you conclude your remarks because we are really pressed with time.
Je suis dans la conclusion. Et donc, je continue en disant qu'on devra cependant veiller à ce que tous les acteurs, secteur public, secteur privé et société civile et partenaires au développement jouent pleinement leur rôle dans un cadre réglementaire d'action harmonisée, notamment une politique ou des politiques, en valorisant les potentialités et les opportunités existantes d'une part, en remédiant aux insuffisances et en minimisant les menaces d'autre part. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm truly pleased for your remarks. I think it's very, very clear what has happened already in Mali and what more needs to happen. I think for us now, we are very, very pleased. And as I said earlier, we had an opportunity I think at first I introduced our keynote speaker who was unable to join it at the time, but she is with us now and would like to welcome Juliet. If you are on the call, so that you can give your keynote speech, just to really say, so far we've heard from the panelists who've shared amazing work that think tanks are doing to engage with digital platforms for the work that they're doing, what more needs to happen to build their own capacities to ensure that they are able to put digitalization as a research theme and agenda within their respective countries, and the role that other stakeholders play. And I think, as you heard from Engineer Makali, on how to bring and ensure that digitalization happens not just within government but in all different stakeholders. There are discussions around expanding access to people with disabilities, women entrepreneurs, and others in rural as well as in urban settings. And I think for you, reflecting on the work that you've done in Google, for example, and in the continent, but also your vast experiences in the Middle East, in Asia, as well as in Europe, we just want you to give us, a sort of, for us, it was supposed to be set the scene, but if you could really tie it in together for us, because that will be the last speaker for the day, and just want to acknowledge your presence and truly appreciative of the time that you've given to us to be with us today.
Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. First, just to apologize for, I think that there was a misunderstanding about the time. I actually thought this was starting at 12 West African time, so I thought I was early. But I'm delighted to be here to be able to wrap up this conversation. And I do think this is a very important conversation. The concepts that we're talking about are critical. On the one hand, we're talking about digital transformation, and on the other hand, the role that think tanks can play. And we've seen over and over again, particularly in recent years, the important role of digital transformation in Africa, the fact that the digital economy is going to be a significant contributor to overall economic growth in Africa. When you consider the fact that in the last couple of years, for example, investments in a number of sectors has been on the decline. When you think about the oil and gas sector, when you think about mining, etc. However, tech-based investments have been growing, and we're starting to see the emergence of unicorns, even in the startup space, the tech startup space in Africa. And so we know that emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, have a strong role to play in combating some of the challenges that we have on the continent, tackling those challenges more cost effectively, more efficiently, and at a faster rate. So making it possible for us to advance development a lot quicker. And when we think about some of the challenges in implementing digital transformation, one of the requirements is just really around strengthening the coordination framework, looking at aligning policies and regulation, and the need for a massive scaling up of investments and dedication of resources.
if I can just give an example of one data point, we know that over 300 million Africans live more than 50 kilometers from a fiber or broadband cable connection. So there's a widespread availability of high-speed internet access, which is an important dependency for digital transformation. And a number of things need to be put in place by government, but actually in partnership with private sector. There's a need for abundant low-cost connectivity, innovation, and overall growth. And given that, you know, data in this part of the world sometimes can be a challenge, and also considering that you may have, in many cases, limited capacity within governments, think tanks, independent organizations that provide research and you know, input into policy can just really offer a huge role, supportive role to our governments in helping to develop robust strategies and robust policies. With their capacity to undertake that independent research, their convening power, and their ability to attract highly educated and experienced intellectual people from various professional backgrounds, think tanks have a lot to offer and can just really help to augment that capacity and information that is required to fuel our societies. In fact, I would dare say that over the past 2 decades, we've seen a shift of perception from Africa as you know, being in crisis to Africa rising. And you know, that can partly be attributed to the work of African think tanks that have provided, you know, stronger and more nuanced understanding of policy options for improving policy and governance. And of course, the incredible work by, you know, private sector in partnership with government. Now, when we think about think tanks in Africa, and I know there's been a lot of robust conversations so far from the panelists, one of the things that is very evident is the fact that there's still a huge headroom for growth in terms of capacity. We have a number of think tanks across the region, for example, the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, the Institute for Security Studies, which has offices in South Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Senegal, and a host of others. But the numbers are still very low. According to the 2020 Global Go-To Think Tank Index report by the Think Tanks and Civil Societies Program, there are over 11,000 think tanks globally, with thousands, the bulk of those in Asia and the US. So there's still a huge headroom for growth in Africa. And what we find is that think tanks in Africa have experienced a number of challenges. Some of them have folded up. And if I were to summarize the challenges, I would put them in 4 buckets. One is around funding. Another is autonomy, quality, and impact. So just very quickly, I will touch on each of these. Funding, of course, we understand that funding is very important for think tanks to do their work because they need to attract the best talents. They need resources to be able to perform in-depth research. But one of the challenges that they face is just the availability and sustainability of those funds. Funding is often uncertain, irregular, insufficient, and unequally distributed in the think tank space. And there is, in many cases, quite a dependence on international funding. We've seen different models at play, funding from membership fees, funding for specific programs, fees for summits, etc. But there's generally a huge reliance on external funding. And there's some uncertainty around this. The second is just really around independence and autonomy. Now, to play their role effectively, African think tanks need to have, a huge amount of independence to be able to voice out accurately research findings. And sometimes when you consider that those findings may not necessarily be palatable for the ruling party, right? So you can have situations where there isn't a huge appetite to receive such information. It's important that think tanks, therefore, remain independent so that they're not influenced or suppressed, particularly when you consider those kinds of discrepancies or differences in policy direction, in an analysis of impact and results. Sometimes we also see a situation where there isn't adequate trust by government agencies, or maybe in some cases the public, in terms of perception of the role that specific think tanks are playing. But it's really important that it is a very clear partnership and that both parties are willing and in a space to receive the outcome and the output of all that work. The third challenge, I would say, is just really around quality of work and capacity. There are a number of think tanks doing excellent work that offers a lot of value in our economies. But for some, the quality of output is below recognized global standards, therefore threatening sustainability. And this is usually as a result of limited resources and a limited quantity and quality of well-trained scholars, challenges around retention, communication and development professionals, and just, think tank leaders and administrators. And this ties very closely to the subject of funding as well, because resource constraints sometimes fuel these challenges. The fourth challenge, I would say, is just impact and influence with policymakers and the public. African think tanks have a very important role to play in influencing decision-making. And some organizations fare better than others in making this specialized research and capacity building skills available to decision makers in the public sector particularly, but also in the private sector. Unlike other parts of the world, for example, in Western countries, where there's a more advanced level of partnership and more receptivity to the role of think tanks, we find that in Africa, a number of think tanks still fight for recognition, so to speak. And there's still challenges around just getting the acknowledgement, the acceptance, and just being able to wield that level of impact and influence that just really does justice to the incredible research and the incredible work that they do. And this is something that, just going forward, and if we're thinking about sustainability, this is something that is important to tackle, because one of the criteria for sustainability is just increased investment, and that also correlates with the impact of the body of work. And so it's just really important that think tanks are able to maintain that independence, and there's a very strong partnership with the relevant stakeholders and establishments to be able to communicate and input into policy as required. I know a lot has been said so far about the role of think tanks. So I will just sum up by presencing the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, we are seeing that there are a number of thriving think tanks in this region. But when you think about the headroom for growth, usually growth follows the most sophisticated thinking. And the number, as well as the capacity of existing think tanks just really needs to be expanded. There needs to be a lot more support. And as we think about digital transformation, as we think about accelerating growth on the continent, this specialized research, in-depth thinking really has a strong role and a huge place. From a funding perspective, think tanks should strengthen their strategic partnerships and look to establish long-term contracts in order to anticipate revenue streams for subsequent years to help alleviate some of the uncertainties around funding. And it's important in all that to stay true to their missions. From an independence perspective, I would say that think tanks should be just really vigorous about asserting their independence and preserving their reason for being, while producing quality work to achieve high impact and tangible deliverables with policymakers and the public. In order to be effective, it's important for think tanks to strive to be data and facts driven, bold and consistent in seeking to make a policy difference. And I've seen this play out. I've seen it play out where we have a situation where some think tanks have to just really go the extra mile around that rigor and to take a stand to ensure that their identity, as well as their key values and objectives, remain true to those core values and objectives in a challenged environment, and especially when you have a ruling party that may not necessarily be a willing partner. And finally, on quality and engagement, it's important that think tanks develop coaching and training programs to retain and engage a network of highly skilled scholars, and also to train the next generation of leaders. Partnerships with think tanks from other parts of the world can be and I would say is essential and mutually beneficial. It's important to build trust with policymakers and the public by ensuring a high level of integrity, credibility, transparency, independence, and quality of their work. Building that track record of credibility entails, absolute fidelity to the facts and demonstration of successful outputs based on data-driven research that informs new ideas or frameworks, contributing to solve pressing problems. So as I mentioned at the start, think tanks play a key role in overall development, and particularly when we talk about digital transformation, where we need data, where we're betting on this being a huge contributor to overall growth on the continent. It's so important that all the necessary structures are in place for think tanks to grow and thrive on the continent and help to fuel this development. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Juliet. Truly appreciate your remarks. I think it's very, very clear on the role of digitalization and Africa's digital economy and its significance for the continent. The way in which digitalization can allow us to address, challenges effectively and more efficiently and more cost-effective manner. The need for connectivity being a concern, where access and uptake is still very low, but there's also places where people are connected, but uptake is low because of issues around taxes and stuff like that, security or safety of women and things like that. But also very pointed areas on where and how things can grow. What needs to happen to take advantage of the huge opportunity for growth around funding, long-term thinking, autonomy and being independent, quality and impactful kind of research, and thinking about partnerships, both within, with other stakeholders within the country, within the region, but also beyond. I know we are pressed with time, and so I wanted to ask our panelists, I think all of our panelists, one very specific question, and this will be a tough challenge for everyone to share their remarks within 60 seconds. And the question is very, very clear for me, is to think about how then do we further the agenda of digital transformation for Africa or our respective countries, and have inclusion at the center of it. So inclusion in terms of ensuring that the sectors involved are sectors that touch the majority of the people, that we are not just thinking about Konza or urban settings, that we're thinking about people in rural areas. Inclusion in terms of youth, in terms of women, in terms of people with disability, and things like that. And so I think because Juliet just spoke, so we'll start with the order of our panelists, then end with Juliet, and everybody will get exactly 1 minute. So please be true to that request. And so let's start with the first speaker that we had, Dr. Rose Ngugi, exactly 1 minute to share your remarks. Asante sana, karibu daktari.
Yeah, I think Dr. Rose Ngugi has another engagement, so you can move.
Okay, so to Enrique. Enrique, you have the floor. You have 60 seconds.
Thank you. It was great listening to Juliet. Thank you very much. I've shared some links on the chat, so I don't have to speak to all of them. I'll take an idea that I've been exploring over the last few years, and that Anne-Marie Slaughter from New America presented at our conference earlier this year, which is the concept of a change hub. And this is think tanks giving up their obsession with a single audience, policymakers, and recognizing that if they're going to be drivers of change, they have to open up their doors, including the staff, to a diversity of actors, and they have to be able to welcome in their offices, now virtually, the private sector, governments, social movements, NGOs, the media, political parties, unions, etc., etc. And this is how they're going to play a leading role in any kind of transformation, let alone digital transformation. To do that, I think think tanks need to be more diverse themselves. So they have to have people in within their organization that can relate and have experiences with these different audiences, or that are, part of them in some ways. So I expect those will be necessary changes.
Perfect. So thinking about who's thinking and ensuring that everybody participates in the thinking process. That was exactly 1 minute, so truly appreciate that. We'll go to Professor Jean-Christophe Bazika. You have exactly 1 minute to answer
the Merci, cher collègue Des Mouchi. Je pense que ça a été très riche, hein. Beaucoup d'idées ont été développées au cours de ce panel. Moi, mon avis, c'est que les think tanks ont un rôle important à jouer, et je pense même qu'il faut en créer d'autres. Il n'y a pas encore beaucoup de think tanks dans les pays africains, dans nos pays, notamment en Afrique centrale. Il faut en créer beaucoup, de telle sorte qu'il y ait beaucoup d'idées, beaucoup de travaux de recherche qui soient menés. Maintenant, concernant la transformation numérique, il n'y a pas de secret. Moi, je pensais à une idée très importante. On doit proposer à ce que nos gouvernements fassent comme a fait le gouvernement du Cameroun, à savoir exonérer toutes les importations de produits informatiques. Vous savez qu'au Cameroun, pendant plusieurs années, le gouvernement n'a pas taxé les produits informatiques, ce qui a permis d'améliorer l'accès de la population, l'accès des étudiants, des chercheurs aux produits informatiques, aux équipements informatiques. Cela est très, très important. Donc voilà, c'est tout ce que je voulais dire. Merci encore une fois de m'avoir accordé la parole. Merci.
Thanks a lot, Professor. That's very, very clear. Almost fiscal or policy measures to increase uptake of IT products. That's very clear. We'll move to the third speaker. I think that would be Dr. Kariuki. Dr. Kariuki, also exactly 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think for me, just to reiterate what colleagues have just said, I think to ensure that it's really an uptake that is seriously embraced by government, there has to be a political will to support digitalization agenda, and it has to be supported at all levels of governance, from national government level to a local level, by ensuring that the implementation of those decisions made by the national government are actually embraced and given the impetus they need and the support they need, and remove politics out of those conversations. Thank you.
That is very, very clear. Asante sana. So thinking about political will, thinking about effective implementation and how that can be achieved. I think our next speaker, I think after Dr. Kariuki will be Engineer Makalu. Engineer Makalu, you also have 1 minute.
Merci bien, monsieur le modérateur. L'Afrique ne réussira jamais la transformation numérique sans les think tanks. En conséquence, les décideurs publics et privés doivent compter avec les think tanks. Et les think tanks doivent se résoudre à accepter qu'au-delà de la réflexion, au-delà de l'analyse, elles doivent travailler pour la transformation socio-économique et politique du continent. C'est à ce seul prix que les think tanks verront valoriser leurs résultats de réflexion, d'analyse et de recherche. Merci.
That is very clear. So move beyond just research and analysis to more concrete initiatives. I think the one that for me springs to mind is the initiative by Dr. Ngugi on thinking about how, fintech, for example, the study that they are doing to think about innovation in the financial sector, or the financial innovation sector. So that's extremely helpful and very pointed by the engineer. Now, I think for the last person to respond to this question, we'll start where we started from the question, and that's with Juliet, to really just reflect on this particular question. How can we think about inclusion in the digital transformation agenda? Karibu, Juliet.
Thanks. So talking specifically about inclusive development, when we talk about digital transformation, one important factor is just connectivity, ensuring that people far and wide, so people in the rural areas, people of different genders, etc., are able to participate in this economy, and that means having access. And one recommendation would be for private sector players. So, for example, within the tech sector, perhaps telecom operators, technology organizations can fund sector-based think tanks or sector-based activities within think tanks. I think it's really important extending and expanding work to look at how to get inclusive connectivity as part of the overall strategy.
Perfect. That's very clear. I think there's the issue about access. There's the issue also about affordability, because these things that are going to be accessible to you, but they are unaffordable because maybe the costs in terms of taxes and things like that are too high for some of the people. So also important to think about, and the issue of relevance, that those things feel like they're useful to you as a user in a remote part as much as you are as a user in an urban setup of Tanzania or Nigeria or any country in Africa. That brings us to the end of our session. I have learned a lot myself. I must apologize for having started late, but also more apologetic for finishing this late. It was difficult to do everything we wanted to do within the hour, but I hope you have enjoyed this as much as I have, and I will return the mic to the MC. Asanteni sana 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 to our panelists. True appreciation to ACBF as well for making this available to all of us, and I hope that we can continue to take part in future similar initiatives. Back to the MC.
Je rappelle le thème des échanges que nous venons d'écouter, rôle des think tanks dans la promotion de la transformation numérique en Afrique et l'amélioration de leur viabilité. Merci à l'ensemble du panel pour ces échanges très, très riches. Merci à Desmond Mouchi, Dr. Rose Ngugi, Enrique Mendizabal, Professeur Jean-Christophe Bungu Bazika, Dr. Paul Kariuku, Monsieur Aboubakar Makalou et Madame Juliette Humran, directrice Google Afrique de l'Ouest, pour son discours d'ouverture. Après environ 2 heures d'échange, nous allons observer une pause de 10 minutes environ. Lorsque nous reviendrons, nous allons ouvrir la 3e session du jour sur le thème établir des partenariats et mécanismes de coordination pour soutenir la transformation numérique en Afrique. Merci, bon repos et à tout à l'heure.
Ladies and gentlemen, our third and last session of the day, our third session of the day, and sixth session of the summit starts right now. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, policy executioners, decision makers, participants, thank you for joining us again on this 8th summit of think tanks on digital transformation post-COVID-19, organized by the African Capacity Building Foundation. We acknowledge participants logged in since morning and extend gratitude to you all sending questions, comments, suggestions. They've of course been taken note of and answered. Please keep them coming on our question and answer as well as discussion pages. Without further ado, I would like to invite the moderator of the 6th session, Dr. Christian Abu Lehaf, Senior Manager, International Cooperation, Afrexim Bank. And together with your 6 speakers, you would seek to establish for us partnerships and coordination mechanisms to support digital transformation in Africa. Dr. Christian Abu Lehaf, the next 60 minutes is up to you.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate my presence today and very happy to be part of the Think Tank 2021 Summits and be moderator of one of the very important actually sessions that speaks about how we are going to do it together, all of us. So on the partnership, on the collaboration, what sort of mechanism we would like to have, what are tools and instruments we need to have, and for everyone to be really attracted to be part of the digitalization transformation. And I'm so happy also that the panelists here are really from different sectors. I see the financial institutions, I see the research centers, I see the public sector. So I'm really delighted to be part of this one. So if we really speak about, this session, as you have mentioned, is focusing on establishing partnership and coordination mechanisms to support digital transformation in Africa. We all know that the success of Africa in the digital era depends on really how the key stakeholders and actors source and communicate good quality and accessible information on digital transformation, such as undertaking requires building the relationship with partners who hold this information and knowledge, have the technical expertise, mobilize necessary financial resources to support the whole digital transformation. Partnerships are really the core to the successful implementation of the African digital agenda and requires cooperation and a shared vision. However, for a meaningful partnership, whether technical, financial, or strategic, there is a real need to explore how to coordinate effectively to jointly improve the implementation of landscape for digital Africa under the agenda of 2063, under the Africa we want. Now, this session, the objective of this session is really to share the views on the type of partnership and coordination needed to contribute to the capacity development efforts for the successful implementation of Africa's digital strategy. The specific objectives, we will share the views among all the 6 actually distinguished panelists on to discuss the coordination mechanism, what are the coordination mechanisms required to support it, this digital transformation. The second thing is to examine the kind of partnership to be harnessed from the summit to support the development of a comprehensive capacity development. The third one is to share the views on the role of the various stakeholders. So we'll start by these 3 actually questions to all the panelists. And then finally, we will take a round among all the participants and the panelists to propose the immediate actions to be taken by each stakeholder. So we, once we finalize the summit of 2021 Think Tank Summit, we have some immediate action to go through it. As I mentioned before, we have 7 speakers, and I'll give every speaker and every panelist 6 minutes, because I want to reserve 1 minute at the end to say what sort of actions, immediate actions, to be taken. And I'll start with the first speaker. And the first speaker is Mr. Adeyinka Adeyemi, who is a senior advisor at the African Trade Policy Center, United Nations for Economic Commission for Africa, where he leads the work on AfCFTA trade policy advocacy and customs coordination. He was educated at the universities of Ibadan and Lagos, as well as Harvard University, where he was a resident fellow for the press, politics, and public policy. This is in just a nutshell. I will not go through everything, but he has a very long biography, and I think we have shared the biography of all the panelists. So please, I invite Mr. Adeyinka just to give us some notes on the following. We will start, Mr. Adeyinka, with the following. If you may allow me, is that the Economic Commission, we know, for Africa is known for producing various knowledge products on digital transformation, as well in guiding countries in developing their national strategies. Can you provide us some highlights on what coordination mechanisms are required to support Africa digital transformation, and what kind of partnership can be harnessed from the summit to support the development of a comprehensive capacity development program for digital transformation? Mr. Adeyemi, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this, Christine. Before I start, and I will try to keep to the 6 minutes allotted me, I want to ask us that we need to be a little bit humble in terms of nomenclature. When we remember when we were talking about economic transformation, where has that led us? Some humility is required when we start talking about digital transformation because of the realities on the ground, and many of them have been covered. I won't go over them. What I want to do, though, and I will end up with focusing on the critical question you've asked regarding partnerships and the coordination mechanism. I want to do 2 things. Just one, mention 4 imperatives. The 4 imperatives, that are needed in terms of digital transformation. Then I will go in about 30 seconds, end up with the partnerships and coordination modalities. The 4 are as follows. I think that we need to push for the completion of the negotiations on digitalization in terms of the CFTA trade, the e-commerce annex. Secondly, we need to take seriously the issue of forging partnerships to improve broadband penetration in Africa. This is the critical elephant in the room. We can talk all we want, but we are still under 16% in terms of broadband penetration, and the cost is huge. 3, we have to use digitalization for trade, for peace, and for security. Now, why am I saying this? In my routine work from country to country, what we've had is that things are happening to trade, to cargo in transit, that are injuring the peace and security of member states. Now, what they see is that in the documentation of rules of origin, you see plantain, you see yams. When it gets to the destination, it becomes AK-47. We are working on using digital technology to eliminate this or reduce it, and I will go back to it if I have the time. Now, and lastly, we need to be prepared for the unintended consequences of rapid digital transformation. What are these? Leakages, all the flaws that we see in the system. And the key thing is to establish the mechanism to rapidly track, stop, and reverse all the negative impact of digitalization. Now, if anybody is wondering what I'm talking about, this technology has been used for very, very many bad purposes. Yesterday, I suggested that in putting together a curriculum on digital transformation, we need to pay attention to unlearning, de-learning before we teach, because many bad things have been learned. Digital technology is used, for example, to steal, to transfer money, illicit financial flows. It is used in smuggling. It is used in doing all sorts of things. So when we're talking about transformation to what? And how do we manage it? If we don't pay attention to that and we just reduce it to a band of sloganeering, we are going to end up where economic transformation is, and where are we with that today? Now, in terms of the partnerships, it has to be broad. It has to be broad and at all levels. And we have to focus on the people who are going to be most impacted by this technology, those who are going to be most punished by this technology. So when we deploy it. So we're talking about, for example, women's groups, especially women who take part in a transborder trade. And I apologize for my bias in terms of trade. That's what I do. So we have to pay attention to that. Then to the youth groups, to governments, to business, to the users. When I say users, those are the people who misuse and who used. And then the enthusiasts that usually we do not pay attention to. These are kids who are innovators. They may be 10 years old, they may be 12 years old, but they are the people. You remember when COVID broke out, there were kids in Ghana secondary school who first put together the touch-free dispenser, sanitizer dispenser. This has been deployed around the world now at airports all over the world. So we need to put all of these people together and forge a good partnership. Now, how do we then coordinate their work? I think there are very good mechanisms that we can learn from. One is the one that is used successfully by the United Nations systems. So all we need to probably do is put all these people together, not in a loose form, in a very structured way, so that we know exactly what is happening. We know how to penetrate government facades when we have to, and we know where the limitations are, where the challenges are, and then we respond in real time to those challenges, so that the innovators are working, the women who are doing transborder trade, who have to report things. They have to report the violations of their rights or their activities through the so-called non-tariff barriers. When somebody accosts them at the border, who have to report it. UNCTAD has a nice gadget for that. How do we make sure that they use this consistently and safely, so that they do not get repercussions? So those things are there. So in other words, Chair, what I'm saying is that let us have a broad partnership of people consisting of the users and the victims, because there are always victims when you talk about technology, especially digitalization, which is kind of fancy in Africa, but we do not have enough penetration to make it, to liberalize it, to democratize it, and to make sure that the people who use it are benefiting the way we want. And once we have those things, and then we can start thinking about how to coordinate the activities and regulate their work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahinka. You've mentioned so many important things. First, that what are we transforming exactly? This is number one. Number two is that on the partnership, it has to be broad and at all levels. This is very important as well. And then how to bring them together. I just have one comment on this one, but maybe the other panelists will come and share their views as well. How really to bring them together on one table, because this is a real challenge. I've been working in this one for many years, and it has been a real challenge, is to have a shared vision and a shared incentive that everyone should be keen to work together. This is, again, it's a very big challenge, Mr. Adeyinka. So thank you very much. And maybe I'll leave the floor to the next speaker and panelist as well, who is Mr. Chang, who worked in Mr. Chang Hao. He's the Deputy Director General of ICC NDRC China. He worked in the Special Economic Zones Office of the State Council and the International Cooperation Center of the National Development and Reform Commission. As Deputy Division Director and Division Director, he now holds the position of Deputy Director General in charge of international cooperation affairs, including the bilateral and multilateral cooperation projects with the AUC and AU member states, the EUC, Canada, Australia, etc. Well, Mr. Chang, I need to hear really from you. How can we have a shared vision? How can we bring, since you are holding the international cooperation? Thank you very much. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Chang.
在这个国际合作方面是具有非常广泛的经验。谢谢。
好，这个尊敬的克里斯蒂安女士，各位在线专家朋友们，大家好。这个很高兴代表国家发改委国合中心参加这样一个论坛的活动，尤其是非常高兴跟大家一起共同探讨这个非洲在后疫情时代如何发挥数字化的优势，制定数字化的政策，推动数字化的转型，这样一个主题活动。
Distinguished Ms. Christiana Abu, dear colleagues and friends, good day to you all. It is my privilege to attend the panel discussion of the 6th session of the 8th Africa Think Tank Summit on behalf of the International Cooperation Center of National Development and Reform Commission of China. I would like to share my opinions on how to leverage the strength of digitalization and formulate digital policies so as to advance digital transformation in Africa in the post-COVID era.
刚才主持人也提到了我4个问题，我也接下来我也对这个4个刚才提出的问题，跟大家分享我的一个看法。
Just now, the moderators proposed 3 questions that need us to think about, and now I will share my opinions on these questions.
我们大家都知道，非洲是全球最后的这个数字蓝海经济，国家呢国际机构发布一些数据来预测，到2025年，这个数字经济将为非洲大陆提供1800亿国内生产总值，到2050年呢将贡献7120亿 GDP 的产值。那非洲大陆自由贸易区呢，已经今年1月1日正式启动了，目前呢正在加速推动开展电商和数字贸易的相关谈判。刚才几位专家也谈到这个问题。那当然，疫情期间呢，非洲电子商务快速发展，地区的数字化转型进程加速，比如线上教育啊、线上办公啊、云社交啊等，对非洲抗击疫情、复工复产产生了很重要的作用。可以预见呢，后疫情时代非洲的恢复和发展将更加离不开数字化的转型。
As we all know that Africa is the very last digital blue ocean in the world, many international organizations have released the data predicting that the digital economy would contribute $18 million of GDP to Africa by 2025 and $71.2 million by 2050. The AFCFTA came into effect in January the 1st this year, and the negotiation of e-commerce and digital trade is now in process. The first panelist also talked about the negotiation of the e-commerce appendix of the AFCFTA just now. During the pandemic, Africa witnessed the rapid development of e-commerce, and the digital transformation accelerated in the region. E-learning, work from home, and cloud social networking played important roles in fighting against the COVID and resuming work and production in Africa. It is anticipated that the recovery and development of Africa will be even more inseparable from digital transformation in the post-COVID era.
我就想谈这个三点问题，一个就是分享数字基础设施建设的经验。中国企业对非洲数字基础设施有一个投资比较有限，愿意帮助非洲国家建立 比如基站呐、数据中心呐、这个网络关心基地设施啊。那么我们国科中心呢，作为这个国家发委国际合作项目的一个机构呢，我们也愿意发挥我们的桥梁引带作用，借助双方共建“一带一路”合作规则，以非洲国家数字经济建设需求为导向。比如说，我们举办一些中非企业家的数字经济设施的圆桌会议啊等等，通过这样的一些这个具体的这个合作点，然后分享中国在数字经济设施领域的丰富经验，与非洲国家在大数据、移动支付、移动办公、人工智能、移动通讯、互联网等方面展开合作，帮助非洲建立完善数字经济设施，数字经济带来的这个发展红利。
Talking about the establishment of partnership and coordination mechanism, I think first is to share experiences of digital infrastructure construction. The Chinese enterprises are interested in investing in Africa's digital infrastructure and are willing to assist African countries in constructing base station, data center, and fiber optic network. ICC and DRC would like to play the role of being a bridge linking China and Africa, leverage the cooperation plan of jointly building BRI between China and the AU, and take the needs of African countries in advancing digital economy as the orientation, so as to discuss to jointly a series of detailed activities. For example, to host a roundtable meeting between Chinese and African entrepreneurs in digital infrastructure. With such kind of detailed activities, a roundtable meeting, China would share its rich experiences in digital infrastructure construction, cooperate with African countries and big data, mobile payment, mobile officing, AI, mobile communication, and Internet of Things, assist Africa in building and improving digital infrastructure and enable Africa to enjoy the development dividend of digital economy.
第二就是加强数字人才的培养与教育培训。我们中心呢也致力于服务“一带一路”民心相通，推动与发展中国家开展体验培训和知识授源援助等交流合作，特别是与非洲能力建设基金会以及几内亚比绍、津巴布韦等非洲国家建立良好的多边合作机制，借助中非已建立起来的教育人文交流渠道，也愿意利用线上线下这样的方式呢，举办一些这个非洲数字丝绸之路的高级研究班。我刚才也谈到了这个，我们举办这个中非企业家的技术热研究会，也是刚才主持人说的，我们通过什么样的渠道来建立能力建设的伙伴关系呢？我想呢，这些具体的一些措施呢，应该伙伴关系的一个具体的体现。那也这样的具体的这个能力，这样具体的体现呢，也为非洲各国的官员、企业家、青年学生开展多层次的数字经济培训交流活动，提供了很多的这个交流渠道。
I think second is to enhance the cultivation, education, and training of digital talent. ICC in DRC is committed to the people-to-people bond of BRI and promote the exchanges and cooperation on training and knowledge sharing with developing countries. Particularly, we have put in place multilateral and bilateral cooperation mechanisms. ACBF and some African countries such as Guinea-Bissau and Zimbabwe. With such existing mechanisms of education and people-to-people exchange, ICC in DRC wishes to take full use of virtual and on-site meeting to discuss jointly hosting training courses on digital Silk Road for senior Africa officials, entrepreneurs, and young students. I think such kind of training courses, as well as the roundtable meeting between Chinese and African entrepreneurs, as I just said, are the detailed measures and tools to enhance the capacity of digital transformation in Africa.
第三点呢，就是推动数字经济国际合作与对话，让世界数字经济的快速发展呢，为非洲国家的数字化转型创造了有利的条件。非洲国家应积极拓展国际合作，对外加强与国际机构和有关国家的沟通及数字化合作，分享全球数字红利。 我们中心呢也愿意实施非盟委员会非洲数字化转型战略2020至2030这么样规划为契机，然后推动设立中心数字经济高峰论坛，邀请政府、企业、科技行业高端人才开展对话，就双方关心的领域展开沟通、政策协调，为非洲数字化转型提供有益的建议。
My third point is to push forward international cooperation and dialogue on digital economy. The rapid development of digital economy in the world creates favorable conditions for the digital transformation in African countries. The African countries could positively expand international cooperation, enhance digital cooperation with international organizations and other countries, and share the global digital dividend. Taking AUC's Africa Digital Transformation Strategy 2020 to 2030 as an opportunity, ICC and ERC would like to discuss the possibility of jointly organizing China-Africa Digital Economy Forum, on which governments, enterprises, and talents from science and technology industries are invited for dialogue and communications and policy coordinations in the areas of mutual concern, in a move to provide constructive suggestions for Africa's efforts in digital transformation.
所谓智者和不以山海为远，国家发改委国中心将一如既往的遵循习主席打造更紧密的中非命运共同体的指示精神，一如既往的秉持开放合作、互惠共赢的工作理念，在非洲数字化加速转型和中非数字经济务实合作中发挥最重要的作用。我们也想接下来呢，也想更多的也想听听更多的专家对刚才主持人提出的问题展开更多的他们经验的分析。谢谢大家。
In China, we have a saying that even mountains and seas cannot distance people with common aspiration. ICC and ERC would unswervingly follow President Xi Jinping's thought of building a stronger China-Africa community of shared future, stay committed to the philosophy of openness, cooperation, and mutual benefit, and play an important role in accelerating Africa's digital transformation and Africa-China practical cooperation in digital economy. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing more and extensive discussions from the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chan, for this elaborative speech, because really you have made a design of what are the mode of digital transformation and the forms, and how can the mode of implementation, how do you do it, and some of the initiatives you are having under your institution. So thank you very much. This has been really very helpful. And this will take us to the following speaker and panelist. I introduce Mr. Sameh Hussein. Mr. Sameh Hussein works as Senior Coordinator of Technical Cooperation in the Islamic Development Bank, which is a multilateral development bank with member countries in Africa, Arab region, and Asia. Mr. Sameh formulates and oversees projects that use South-South cooperation for the exchange of development solutions across the ISDB member countries. His work in more than 15 countries has been centered on using innovation, knowledge, and technology for addressing people's challenges at corporate and national levels. Mr. Sameh is a computer engineer and holding master's science in strategic planning, as well as postgraduate certificate in business research methods from Heriot-Watt University, UK. Mr. Sameh is originally from Egypt. I welcome Mr. Sameh, who is really have a combined, background between technical background and financial, since he's working at the Islamic Development Bank, who are really active in Africa and doing business in the African continent. The floor is yours, Mr. Sameh.
Thank you, Dr. Christian. Thank you very much. In fact, following your advice about, the timing or the time of my intervention, I structured my intervention around 6 questions. I hope you can see the slides on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, so I will start by talking about why partnership and who should build the partnerships and how to select the area of the partnership and what should be the coverage of those partnerships. I will also touch on the coordination, the multilateral coordination mechanism, and I will conclude by suggested role of the Africa think tanks. As you rightly mentioned, Dr. Christian, I'm coming from the Islamic Development Bank. This is a multilateral intergovernmental development bank, and they have been in the business of funding developmental projects since about 45 years now. We have 57 member countries, half of them are in Africa. Why bilateral partnership? There are different shapes of the partnerships. I will focus on the bilateral partnership, especially between governments. We consider it very cost effective, especially in the digital transformation, because when you share experience related to digital transformation, you don't need a lot of fixed assets. You don't need a lot of massive investment in order to use the experience related to ICT or transfer it from one country to another, compared to other sectors like water resources management, agriculture, and energy. When you transfer the knowledge, okay, you have to put a lot of investment in fixed assets and soil work and civil work in order to benefit from this experience. This is on the cost side. On the impact side, nowadays every person, including the people with special needs, is a candidate user of IT systems. So the impact of the transfer of expertise and sharing knowledge about ICT and digital transformation will lead most probably to high impact. The partnership in digital transformation most probably will lead to win-win situation, meaning that one country transfers its IT systems to another country for addressing developmental challenge, so they make their systems more robust, more portable, and at the same time the country that receives these assistance will get effective help to address their developmental challenge. Now, who should build the partnership? Of course, we have to remember the roots of the ICT industry. Most of the achievements related to ICT industry came from the private sector. So the private sector is still leading this industry inside and outside Africa. So in terms of partnership, of course, we can notice growing trend towards a partnership among the private sector firms. They are doing partnerships through joint projects, merging, acquisition, technology licensing, and the main driver of this private sector-led partnerships is basically profit making, and there is nothing wrong about that. Okay, but at the same time, I think we need to see some balance in terms of who is building the partnership. We need to see more partnerships among the governments and the public sectors, public sector institutions in Africa. We need to see more strategic alliances between those, between the governments and the public sector firms. Why? In order to address the gap. The gap is in using digital transformation for addressing common social problems. We see a lot of partnerships which are more towards profit making, and but we need again to see the balance in terms of the parties of the partnership as well as the purpose of the partnership. We need to see more active and direct role of the government towards digital transformation. How to select the area of partnership? Okay, it's also unrealistic to ask the government to be to partner in every single sector or subsector. Okay, in every country there should be some transparent self-assessment, good identification of the challenges and opportunities, and every country should focus on both the extremes, the most challenging developmental issue and the most promising economic opportunity, and try to use digital transformation to address the most important or the most challenges issues, as well as utilize or leverage on the most promising economic opportunities. And also you can go one step further in terms of the sophistication how to select the area of partnership, you have to start thinking about where is my problem, where do I need the help of others? Is it related to the connectivity or the IT systems or the e-contents and the data? So this is a sort of conceptual framework that may guide any country in how to select the area of partnerships with others. What should be the coverage of the partnership? Here, I will share some practical examples, but I'm sure that there are more and maybe better examples. But I'm trying to make the point that we have, the partnership is already happening in Africa. All we just need is to replicate those examples, finding other examples that are focusing on the social problems, again, things like health, education, and financial inclusion. The first, we can think about partnership for using ICT as a channel for sharing expertise. And here, the cross-country telemedicine is a very good example. Just as an example, one university in Ain Shams University in Egypt, they are helping another university in Somalia for both teaching and the treatment. And you can see, you can get more information about this partnership from their website. Also, the collaboration might be related to building a specific system. Here I'm bringing an example about using digital transformation for the sake of financial inclusion. One country, Tunisia, is helping another country, Mauritania, in building mobile-based financial services platform, and the two institutions are basically public authorities, the public postal authorities in the two countries. The collaboration might be related also in developing human capacities. Here I have to highlight the role of the formal education in building ICT human capital, because the short-term training is not enough anymore. We have to have a formal MSc and the bachelor degree level education related to ICT. In terms of cooperation mechanism, let us be a little bit ambitious. Let us look at what the European Union is doing regarding collaboration in the area of digital transformation. Here, the most important thing is joint funding facilities. Here, I'm putting on the screen 4 or 5 specific funding facilities with different purposes like ICT connectivity. These are real examples from the European Union. Financing strategic emerging technologies within ICT, like supercomputing, artificial intelligence, and so on. Post COVID-19, they established another funding facility to help countries to recover from the consequences of COVID-19. And of course, you have the ongoing program, Horizon Europe, that is funding research. So we need to see similar things within Africa, again, for the mutual benefits. One important thing is to facilitate the exchange of digital data among the member countries. Again, there is a European strategy for data that is putting the ground for committing the European countries to exchange data. They are talking about very important things like common data architecture, common reference systems architecture, and all of that facilitate the exchange of data among the digital data among the member countries. This is very, very important to maximize the benefit of any IT system, not only facilitating or committing the countries to do these things, but also to commit the exchange of real data, while of course maintaining the security and the protection of the personal data. My last slide is about the role of think tanks. They can work on 3 work streams, identifying and sharing practical examples of partnership in the area of digital transformation, facilitating the establishment of the multi-country coordination mechanism while benefiting from the experience of other parts of the world, and of course, undertaking technology foresight in order to guide the countries on where to invest in terms of the development of technology as well as R&D. Back to you, Dr. Christine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sameh, for this really useful presentation, very useful, that, is trying to answer so many questions that we normally have on digital transformation, on how, what, and who, and all these questions But I just wanted, to highlight just one point that maybe for the rest of the speaker and the panelists, if they can really address it, is how really to make a coordination, how really to have a comprehensive strategy that everyone is following. We don't have redundant activities, because this is one of the real challenges we have in the partnership. People are doing initiatives which are more or less similar, and we are really not joining the efforts together and see how we can have a comprehensive one that everyone can follow. Maybe think tank can think about playing this role if we can have a comprehensive strategy on the digital transformation in the continent, and then we can, through their network, we can attract the partners, the different partners, and develop the strategy for each one of them on a technical basis. So we shall hear from the other panelists as well on this one, and others, as we have just mentioned. We have the following panelists, but I want, before we go into the following panelists, please, I encourage participants to put their questions on the Q&A platform. So to answer, at the end of the session, their Q&A. The following one, unfortunately, is Dr. Arthur Minsat. He is not present with us, but he has willingly provided us with a video which we're gonna display it in the next few seconds. Dr. Arthur, he heads the OECD Development Center's unit for Africa, Europe and Middle East, which produces Africa Development Dynamics, Revenue Statistics in Africa, and Quality Infrastructure in the 21st Century Africa. As lead economist, Arthur led the themes of the African Economic Outlooks, AEO. At UNDP, Arthur researched for the flagship Human Development Reports in Abidjan. He volunteered for the United Nations operations in Côte d'Ivoire, ONUCI. He taught at the LSE and Sciences Po after gaining private sector experience. Dr. Arthur, we shall display your video now, please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm honored to join you virtually at the ACBF's Africa Think Tank Summit on Digital Transformation in Post-COVID-19 Africa. And this session on establishing partnerships to support digital transformation is very important. It's important because at the OECD Development Center, developing partnerships to realize Africa's Agenda 2063 is at the core of what we do. Our economic flagship report, Africa's Development Dynamics, led by the African Union, benefits from strong partnerships, also with ACBF, as well as with the European Union, Germany, Portugal, among others. It is co-authored with African universities, researchers such as you, African think tanks, who draft the 5 regional chapters of the report. Our 2021 edition focused on the critical issue that gathers us today: digital transformation for quality jobs. COVID-19 is devastating. Our latest estimates show that Africa registered a slightly lower contraction than the rest of the world at about 1.6% in 2020, which is better than the rest of the global economy, which contracted at 3.2% in 2020. However, this is still the continent's worst economic performance since 2000. GDP decreased in 41 African countries compared to 11 when the global financial crisis hit the continent in 2009. Despite these important challenges, COVID-19 has also revealed new opportunities and capabilities for Africa's digital transformation. The digital agility of Africa's private and public actors has been evident. As an example, in 2021, foreign direct investment into IT, telecoms had outgrown that of all the other sectors and was higher in 2021 than in 2020. Another example is education. Education ministries in over 27 African countries established e-learning platforms for students affected by school closures. The demand for international internet bandwidth increased by 50% or more in 42 of the top international internet routes in Africa. More than 1 in 5 firms in Africa has started or expanded their use of digital technology as a direct response to COVID-19. And the African Union is harnessing over 15 initiatives to accelerate Africa's digital transformation with the help of its governments and with the backing of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which by 2030 will become a digital free trade area. The topic of this report, the Africa's Development Dynamics Report, Digital Transformation for Quality Jobs, is timely. It is estimated that 29 million African youth will reach working age every year between now and 2030. However, today, telecom companies in 43 African countries employ only 270,000 full-time workers. Public policies must bring digital solutions to the non-digital economy. Agriculture, pharmaceuticals, health, education, commerce, finance, creating a facilitative environment for indirect jobs creation, in addition to the already happening direct jobs creation in the digital sector, will require strong development strategies and a range of public policies. This includes ensuring access, equal access and use of digital technologies, preparing Africa's workforce for the digital era, and supporting digital adoption among small and medium-sized enterprises. The report focuses on 4 main pillars for policy action: spatial gap, competitiveness gap, social gap, and coordinating policies at the continental, regional levels, and with international partners. First, closing the spatial gaps by promoting digital innovation beyond large cities. Only 35% of Africa's intermediary cities are connected to fiber optic networks. Connecting these intermediary cities can have a strong multiplier effect, since by 2040, 73% of Africans will still live in intermediary cities and rural areas. Universal use of digital technologies requires more affordable data. We estimate that only 17% of Africa's population can afford 1 gigabyte of data, which is the bandwidth needed for 2 hours of teleconferences, like now. And this compares to with 37% in Latin America and 47% in Asia. Secondly, second pillar, closing the competitiveness gap for African small and middle-sized enterprises to compete in the digital age. The ecosystem for entrepreneurs is booming but fragile. Only 5 cities host half of African startups: Cape Town, Lagos, Johannesburg, Nairobi, and Cairo. A third pillar is, of course, closing the social gaps by building skills and expanding social protection systems to cover new forms of workers, and digital workers in particular. And most importantly, the fourth pillar is continental and international coordination. It's key to unlock Africa's digital transformation and support the broader economic recovery. Updating digital regulation, harmonizing them at regional and continental levels, ensuring interoperability of telecommunication systems. Currently, only 28 African countries have personal data protection legislation in place, while 11 countries have adopted substantive laws on cybercrimes. More is needed. Distinguished guests, with better policies, digital transformation can drive a more innovative, inclusive, and sustainable recovery. The OECD Development Center stands ready to deepen the current policy dialogue on digitalization as we're discussing it. And together with ACBF, the African Union Commission, and the OECD Development Center, we are committed to make the digital transformation a vector for human progress and contribute to achieving the African Union's Agenda 2063. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arthur. This has been really punctual and straight to the point. When we speak about 4 main pillars, the 4 main pillars are the spatial gap and the competitiveness, the social, the coordination, very important pillars just when we start to speak about the digital transformation. Thank you very much, Dr. Arthur, for this intervention. This will take us to actually the following speaker and panelist. She's the first woman and only woman in the session. So she is Ms. Anne Rita Sisimbonga. Anne is a program officer at the ITU Regional Office for Africa, currently based at the Harare, Zimbabwe area office. She's a policy and regulatory economist and has worked in the ICT sector for over 20 years. She began her career in the sector at Uganda Communication Commission, the regulatory agency in Uganda guiding the policy and regulatory reforms of Uganda's ICT sector. At the ITU Regional Office, Anne is a focal person on policy, regulatory, and issues related to statistics, economics, business, and finance. Anne is passionate and is always putting ahead with an expert focus on identifying strategies and models for affordable and meaningful access, with a special focus on women in Africa. We invite Ms. Anne Rita to provide her intervention. Please, the floor is yours, Ms. Anne.
Thank you very much, Christiane, and good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, wherever you're sitting. I'm happy to be part of this discussion, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting ITU to be part of this very, very important discussion. My initial comments will come on the concept building back better, and here I'm talking about, and I want to be like my brother who said, Professor Adeyemi, who mentioned that we need to be humble, building back better. I would call it building to leapfrog, considering the low levels of digitalization we had prior to COVID. But I also want to emphasize that not all is bad. We've seen, keeping up with the terms of this new world, we are seeing an internet surge in the region. ITU data indicates, we launched a report, I think last week, where we see a surge of more new people using internet for the first time, and it's estimated about 800 million people since the surge used internet for the first time. So there are positives in our region. Of course, the biggest add-ons are from our region, considering the very low base before COVID. We're saying that before COVID, only 24% of our population had used internet, but now it is a bit higher, 35, still very low. I've had so many statistics on numbers. I think we need also a cooperation around statistics, but the good thing is that at least there's some data around who is using what. For the first time, I think, apart from the health sector, our sector is at the center of attention for most policymakers and governments who are now recognizing the importance of digital connectivity and the necessary prerequisites for the ecosystem, such as this capacity, security, and platforms. I hope that also our policymakers now appreciate that the sector is not just a tax collecting avenue, but also that they need to public investment to strengthen the digital access for all our people. So we need to take this opportunity of this new foreign focus, the attention, and engage our policymakers to prioritize digital and their national dialogue. You asked how at the beginning, how do we engage cooperation? And I believe for us as ITU, the approach has to be deliberate and there has to be leadership. So deliberate meaning that it has to be defined policy. And my colleague who has just spoken talked about the need for policy. Our policymakers need to define long-term digital policies that are visionary and address the needs for the entire digital ecosystem. They need to identify the building blocks that are required for this digital transformation to happen. Here, I insist that infrastructure connectivity is just the best. And here, infrastructure connectivity, looking at quality of infrastructure, robustness, affordability, reliability, and the safety of infrastructure, but this is just the base. The building blocks that are needed, like institutional strengthening, and that's why we're having this kind of dialogue, digital skills. Here, looking at literacy skills for the last person in the village to access services, to the advanced skills that required for the fourth industrial revolution, innovation services and e-government services. Policy is the start. when we have the defined policy in Maya Bill understanding, then we can talk about financing and partnerships. The other day I was talking to someone and he was telling me money follows good policies. Once we don't have good policies, partnerships and money becomes very difficult and coordination becomes a challenge. So but how we done, what coordination mechanisms are required at a national level? We need national coordination and policy. This animal is a little bit new to some economies. We used to have ministries of ICTs and all. And then most of the governments, for instance, health or education had its own ICT policy, and they would go into a community and connect their health center. Education goes into a community, connects its schools, and even the development communities, we go and we do things in silos. There has to be a coordinated whole of government society approach, even within the development communities at national level. How are we putting ourselves together so that, and it's necessary to build demand. If there's aggregated demand at a last person, that will make even the private sector that is not interested in that community to see value, co-shared value to extend connectivity in those areas. We need also to coordinate ourselves to improve interoperability of systems. Systems have to be able to speak to each other and strengthen capacities holistically. At regional coordination, and I'm happy everyone is talking about the African Union, there's the level of coordination, and I recognize the African Digital Transformation Strategy, which is holistic, but then the strategy shouldn't be sitting alone. There needs to be that level of integration of the strategy in the whole entire processes of the African Union. For instance, capacity development is cross-cutting. Digital has to be cross-cutting and embedded in all the frameworks of the African Union as a cross-cutting issue, but not as a standalone. At the international level, and I work with the ITU, the UN Agency for ICTs, we need more effort. Both the UN community, the international development community, everyone needs to have a coordinated approach. For the Secretary General, in his UN Common Agenda announced, I think a month ago, he identified 14 commitments for accelerating SDG. And one of the commitments is to accelerate digital cooperation. So at the UN level, we are coming up with the focused approach for enhancing digital cooperation. We have what they call a digital cooperation roadmap that is used working at 7 commitments, around 8 commitments, action plan. One of them is attaining universal connectivity by 2030, and others in the areas of public good and capacity development. ITU is co-leading the cooperation task on universal connectivity by 2030. And here we're bringing all partnerships in the connectivity sphere, from private sector to government to everyone, to come together. How do we extend that connectivity to the last person? 3.9 billion people are not yet using internet, but underlying that is connectivity. So last week at the International Government Forum, we announced what we call the Global Partnership to Connect. The initiative serves as a leadership platform to engage all stakeholders to mobilize and announce resources, partnerships, and commitment for meaningful connectivity and digital transformation. I'm happy that we are part of this discussion, and on the panel there are other people from the private sector. Ours is to bring together a collective effort and resources for enabling that last mile connectivity. One of the working group is investing in incentivizing investment. And here we're looking at the models that may be required to strengthen that, to strengthen and build public policies that attract investment, and also how to optimize our resources to strengthen connectivity in our community. ITU has some work that we've done around how are we working together, how are we coordinating with our UN community. We have a flagship initiative program. We're working with the UNESCO and UNICEF and ITU, which is called the Giga Connect a School program, where we're aiming at connecting all schools. Out of COVID, we needed that we connect all schools. Now we're working at a coordinated level within the UN community, and that coordination is transpiring as well at government level, where everyone looks to holistic solutions for access and connectivity. I think if we put in place the building blocks that are coordinated, that are discussed, and bring all stakeholders at the table, we can have that uniform, right way of connecting our communities. I thank you.
In fact, thank you very much, Ms. Anne. You know, you have just explained it very well on how we can coordinate our efforts, you know, starting from the very top, you know, internationally, and then going into the continent, and then from the continent going on a national for each African countries. And for them, they have to be translated into policies. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to work, you know, on this partnership. All our efforts will be scattered all over the place and will never achieve anything. So I like this scientific thinking behind it. So, and I wish you all the luck in really designing a good policy at the national level, and all African countries can design, but this one has also to be derived from the continental perspective and the international requirements, you know, all over the place, what is the developments all over the world, that we have really to be up to date. So we don't implement, you know, digital transformation in X, and while, you know, while the people have worked at a very much higher level of technical transformation. So also we have to be updated always. So and this is what really the African continent deserves from us. Thank you very much, Ms. Anne. And this will take us to the last but not least panelist. If I may introduce him. His name is Dr. Kabata. Dr. Kabata has nearly 15 years of professional experience, and he is the technical advisor to the Director General of Badia. His experience includes applied economic research, teaching, policy advisory, and advocacy on Africa structural transformation, project management, and appraisal. He is professionally proficient in English and French, while handling up to 3 African language and basic Spanish. He is familiar with the AUC UNECA AFDB Nexus in support of Agenda 2063. So we welcome Dr. Kabata. I don't know whether his intervention will be in French. Vous êtes le bienvenu, Dr. Kabata.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Christina Aboulia, for your generous introduction. The previous panelists actually emphasize more on the importance of the digital transformation itself. And starting from yesterday, keynote speakers and different panels actually address why digital transformation is key to the continent after going through COVID-19. So in that respect, I'm going to provide a perspective from Badia, the Arab Development Bank here in Africa. So in that respect, as I just highlighted, COVID actually has taught us a very good lesson when it comes to COVID. In that respect, we've learned that the instrumental role of digital transformation is a key, not only in building resilience, but in a context where a pandemic has been so devastating. To build better and back, we cannot afford to overlook the importance and the role of digital transformation. So in that respect, we realize each and every one how digital transformation actually has touched every aspect of our life. So we have new concept, I would say, you know, e-commerce, e-education, e-finance. So pretty much everything, every aspect of our life has been touched with this digital transformation. So here at Badia, we actually recognize the importance of digital infrastructure. As a matter of fact, Badia actually operates with 4 key strategic pillars. These are our priorities. And one of them is infrastructure. So within infrastructure, we are looking into
not only the physical one, the tangible one, but also the digital infrastructure, which it has been demonstrated that we still have around the continent a huge deficit. So it's a fact that our continent has limited access to internet, and that's slowing down actually our economic transformation. So there are a certain number of figures and statistics showing how actually about a third of the African population have access to internet, and the mobile brand penetration, for instance, is about 31%. And when we consider those statistics, we also realize that it's actually biased against women. So again, another concept of digital divide and a digital gender bias divide to address around the continent. But one should know that if around the continent, those statistics are gloomy, if we look at individual countries, some of the countries have made very huge progress. And around the continent, we have a certain number of initiatives. And I would like more specifically to address Smart Africa. I would like to emphasize the weight of ICT infrastructure in the PIDA, the program of infrastructure development in Africa. And these initiatives are actually head of state led throughout the African Union. And but they actually, from our perspective, we think that given the complexity of this ICT infrastructure, given the cost, the high cost of this digital infrastructure, it is actually very important. It's very crucial actually to join efforts among partners. So in this respect, Badea as an institution, as a financial institution, thinks that it will be very good to actually federate efforts. We guys as development financial institutions, those who operating technically in the ICT, and any other development agency who care about expanding and making access to internet more affordable, we can join efforts and allow the continent to actually harness and reap the benefit of the digital transformation. So in that respect, here at Badea, we actually supported 2 feasibility studies with Smart Africa. And one of those is actually a digital infrastructure program. So we push the feasibility study so that Smart Africa can come up with a data center and a cloud project. The other one is the One Africa network. So the feasibility study actually will provide a more feasible project, if I'll put it that way. And that feasibility study will offer an opportunity for other partners actually to come in and support the initiative so that the continent can keep their own data within the continent. We can manage our own data around the continent. And we can also, through this study, as the preliminary have shown, reduce the cost of roaming, for instance, around the continent. So another initiative Badea has been supporting is the NEPAD, the African Union Agency for Development here in Africa. They have an initiative called 100,000 Small and Medium Enterprises Job Initiative. So Badea has been supporting, again, a study out there so that NEPAD will come up with a digital platform where small and medium enterprises across the continent can get access to key information regarding financing, capacity development, and opportunity to market. Another initiative is we are actually supporting Rural Forum, which is a regional platform for some African universities specialized in agriculture. 38 countries actually are part of the platform, and it counts more than 100 universities. So the initiative we are providing here, about the support we are providing here, is a pilot project wherein the platform will be able to provide education virtually or e-education so that the experience of COVID, for instance, can be overcome and education can be expanded beyond geographic distance around a continent.
Dr. Kabata, because of the time, I'm sorry.
Okay, I will wrap it up. So Badeya actually remain committed to engage with more partners. And we are also considering the fact that digital transformation, ICT infrastructure comes with some threat. And cyber criminality is one of those. So there is also a need to equip the continent, the government, and all key players working in the area with some strong capacity building so that we can fight against cyber criminality and allow the continent and its sons and daughters to benefit from digital transformation. So that's what I have for you, and I will stop there.
Dr. Kabata, thank you very much. And really, are very proud of the initiatives of Badeya, which I personally, through Afreximbank have worked a lot with people from Badeya, from IDB and all other partners who are in the panel today. And really, we have seen very fruitful initiatives. And even we are partnering together under our Arab-Africa Trade Bridge program, and we have different initiatives. We really appreciate the work Badeya is doing. Thank you for this and for also enlightening the participants about what Badeya is doing. Thank you very much for this. Now it comes the last question for all the panelists, and we are really running out of time, but it will be just 1 minute for each. And you're gonna just mention 3 immediate actions, just to be very concise, 3 immediate actions that should be taken by each stakeholders in support of the implementation of the Africa digitalization agenda. So I'll go with the first, Mr. Adeyemi. We want to be concise, 3, just mention 3 for the records. I know that you might have 10 or 11, but we want to.
Let me just make it 2. One is to consider, don't consider digitalization as a solution looking for a problem. Secondly, ACBF should kickstart the process by bringing together the initial nucleus of a panel that will think deeply about the coordination of these teams that's going to pursue what we have, and it will contain victims, users, government, private sector. Over.
Thank you very much, and this was really straight to the point. Thank you very much, Mr. Chang. I invite you. Mr. Chang, are you still on the line? I can't see you.
Yeah, we're still on the line. Yes.
Okay, please.
我这个讲话里头我也提到，比如说我要是比较现成的，就是我们举办一个中非的企业家数字基础设施圆桌会议，这是我们可以马上就看到的。另外呢，刚才也提到了，这个高级的研究班，我们可以在原有的一些这个国际合作平台上加一些这样的内容，就可以马上就实现。还有一个就是我们这个刚才我谈到了推动设立中非数字经济高峰论坛这样一个事情，就是说是每个国家有意愿，每个国家有兴趣，可以马上办。我刚才提到3个地点，我觉得这个都是应该能够这个马上能成型的一些。
So my answer is regarding the 3 immediate actions to support the digital transformation in Africa. Actually, I've just mentioned them in my speech. The first is to organize and host a roundtable meeting between Chinese and African entrepreneurs in digital infrastructure. The second is that based on our current platform for international cooperation, we could explore the possibility of hosting a training course on digital Silk Road for senior Africa officials. And the third is the China-Africa Digital Economy Forum, and we could invite the African countries who are interested in participating at the forum in digital economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chan. Thank you. I'll go for Mr. Sameh.
Thank you, Doctor. I think my suggestions are just straightforward. First of all, for the think tanks to do some sort of mapping or stock taking of what are the practical solutions, ICT-based practical solutions for three big social issues in Africa: education, health services, and financial inclusion. Knowing the practical solutions is the first step. The second step is for the governments to consider replicating those solutions from one country to another. And of course, comes the third and the most important step is for the funding institutions to support this kind of partnership, and that will lead to sort of quick win and also mutual benefits, building on what's going on already. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sameh. Dr. Arthur, it was a video. I'm not sure he will be able to join, but we can invite Ms. Anne.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to work my system here. Apologies. Yes, three ideas. What is immediate? In my understanding, at government level, we need to identify the leadership, a lead at government level, to coordinate policy, define roles. Possibly it could sit as high as the cabinet office, so that everyone in the government system is looking at one digital strategy and looking at how they aggregate their needs. The second idea, picking from what others have talked, we need to start thinking of mapping what is being done at national level, what's being done at regional level, how do we improve that? The mapping can also help us improve information sharing so that we remove the silos. And then maybe the last one, there has to be a deliberate digital cooperation strategy at national level where you bring all stakeholders, private sector and development community, everyone like a think tank. We could start working on the three priorities that my brother has mentioned, but then broaden them further to see exactly how we get that next step for digital transformation in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Anne. And then the last one, Dr. Kabata.
Well, thank you very much. So as far as I'm concerned, I think first action, it's very important to federate effort from financial institutions, align their effort actually to regional or continental initiative. I think in that respect, we have programs. I just mentioned PIDA, for instance, but it is very important actually for these financial institutions to support more feasibility studies. These feasibility studies will come up with concrete projects that can be funded. So when we have a solid bankable project, it might be easier to think about some innovative financing instrument to actually bring those projects to fruition. So those are my key recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Kabata. I would have been very upset that we have a couple of financial institutions who did not mention this. So because actually we might have really a good plan, good strategy, and we might have a really good project that we want to advance, but they are not bankable. It's again how to make them bankable and attractive for the financial institutions to come and assist those projects, because really it's one of the challenges. The money is there, but the bankable, transactions or projects on digital transformation is not there. So also we have to train the people of how to make it bankable. once we identify those projects and they are in the overall strategy and the national strategy, how really to make it attractive. And because at the end of the day, all the stakeholders, in my view, and all the partners, they have to work on a win-win base. If everyone is not really winning, he will not come and close this circle of partnering together. So this is really very useful closing remarks. I just have, if you may allow me, a couple of questions on the Q&A, and I'll give like 2 minutes for answering them. The first one is coming from Mr. Diouf. This is in French. So, quel type de coopération votre institution développe déjà? Quelles sont les perspectives de financement des actions? Africaines sur le numérique que vous proposez dans votre stratégie. Yeah. Ouais.
At this address to mine, if I understand?
I think so.
Okay, no, not a problem. So first of all, thank you very much for this question. We guys at Bade, as I mentioned it, infrastructure is one of the strategic pillars. And when we talk about infrastructure, obviously for the last 45 years, it was more tangible, roads, dams and stuff like that. But ICT is actually, it's equally important to us. And in that respect, any bankable project will be considered. But we understand that there are limitations in terms of capacity development to craft a bankable project. That's the reason why, for instance, we've been eager to support partners like Smart Africa, partners like RUForum. We are working with ACBF as well, so that through feasibility studies, we can generate more solid and bankable project. And from there, Badea is willing to finance those projects. Badea is willing to mobilize other partners from the Arab Coordination Group, for instance, to crowd in more investment into ICT infrastructures.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kabata. Another one by the same Mr. Diouf, but I think it's almost the same question, but I'll mention also in English, quelle perspective, what are the prospects for Senegal? You have for Senegal, especially, he designated the country. This is again to Badia.
En fait, pour ce qui concerne, par exemple, le Sénégal, il faudra retenir que le Sénégal est un pays partenaire qui travaille avec la Badea depuis très longtemps. Et la Badea demeure ouverte pour toute initiative du gouvernement sénégalais qui tend à développer son infrastructure digitale. Je crois que cette réponse est beaucoup plus compréhensive et nous encourageons les pays à emprunter ce chemin de la transformation digitale. Certains gouvernements nous ont approchés notamment pour financer à titre de projet pilote leur processus de digitalisation, par exemple, des données de certains ministères. Mais s'il faut considérer les grands projets d'infrastructure digitale, encore une fois, ouais, une fois de plus, Badea demeure ouverte. Nous avons financé des études de faisabilité pour des infrastructures tangibles, comme je le dis. Nous demeurons ouverts à financer certaines études de faisabilité dans les domaines digital. Et à l'issue de ces études de faisabilité, la Badea pourra considérer une fois de plus comment structurer le financement de ces projets-là. Et le Sénégal étant notre partenaire depuis toujours, nous serons bien heureux de considérer toute requête provenant du gouvernement.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kabata. I take this as the closing last thing that we want to do together. And thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to have you all as panelists. And I really felt honored to moderate this session. And thank ACBF for inviting Afreximbank and myself to coordinate and moderate this this session, very important session on partnership and how we really can do things together. I just wanted, before we close, if we can open all our cameras, take the photo of the session, and then I release now to the following session. Thank you very much. So can we all open the cameras?
En une minute, si chacun peut ouvrir sa caméra pour qu'on ait donc cette photo pour cette session telle que souhaitée par le modérateur, Dr Christian Abou Lehaf, à qui je vais dire merci. Merci également à l'ensemble du panel. Donc, quelques secondes encore pour faire cette photo. Et on va y aller pour la prochaine session.
Et Vincent De Paul, je veux insister qu'on a des félicitations à la modératrice, Dr Christian, dans des commentaires qui nous disent qu'elle a fait un très bon travail. Félicitations au Dr Christian encore.
Merci beaucoup et c'était mon honneur vraiment. Et à la prochaine. Au revoir.
Merci
au revoir.
infiniment. Merci, au revoir et merci Dr Christian Abou Lehaf. Merci également à l'ensemble de votre panel. Si on peut donc refermer les caméras pour qu'on puisse lancer la prochaine session. Les présents travaux sont placés sous le thème général « Transformation numérique dans l'Afrique post-Covid, opportunités, défis et options pour reconstruire en mieux ». Les échanges que nous suivons depuis hier ont posé le diagnostic, partagé les différentes expériences et tracé les voies d'un avenir meilleur dans le contexte sanitaire actuel. Mais que serait le numérique sans les jeunes? La question mérite d'être posée au regard de l'implication de la jeunesse dans l'utilisation du numérique. La prochaine session ouvre grandes les portes de nos échanges à la jeunesse et notamment les jeunes think tankers. Les échanges ont pour modérateur Madame Andrea Baerti, coordinatrice on think tank. Bonjour Madame, nous sommes une centaine à votre écoute dès cet instant.
Hello, I'm not familiar with French, so my Spanish led me to understand a bit of the kind introduction, Vincent. So thank you very much for giving us the space. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrea Bertel, and I'm on Think Tanks Research and Learning Director, and I'll be facilitating the discussion today on the future of think tanks and the role of young think tankers in that future. I'd first like to thank ACBF for inviting us. We're always very proud to collaborate and work with you, and particularly grateful for the space that we've been given in the African Think Tank Summit, especially towards the end, which is a very nice space as everybody is already warmed up from the interesting discussions we've already had, and especially for helping raise the voice of young think tankers and enabling them to share their thoughts on the future of think tanks and how the digital transformation will shape this. I'd first like to go over a couple of things that, sorry to make this live, and I'll just hear a message from Barasa. So thanks, Barasa, for your comments. And so today, today's session is co-organized by Southern Voice and OTT. The session takes on from the third Southern Voice conference, and on which we also had a Young Think Tankers Forum. In this session, we'll hear from young and young at heart think tankers across Africa, and speakers will share their ideas on what are the key issues that think tanks should be tackling on in the future. What will think tanks look like in the future? Are think tanks prepared for this? And if not, how should we be preparing for the coming changes? And then how should think tanks strengthen the position of think tanks both within the region, the global south, and in larger global debates? Particularly, we also reflect on how the ongoing digital transformation can have an effect on all of this, either positive, negative, and what should we be preparing of. We're particularly interested in the voice of young think tankers because they'll be the ones working this in the future and they need to help shape it. So we'll perhaps be discussing if there's a need for different working models. What new skills should think tankers be focusing on? What are the competencies that they need to be focusing on? Share their ideas on how should organizations position themselves to engage with different stakeholders. There's different stakeholders that have come that are now increasingly important. There's a public engagement, there's social movement, there's different activist organizations, there's stakeholders, there's the media. So the panorama of stakeholders to engage with think tankers has changed drastically from when we probably first started working on this. So how should think tanks position themselves against or with to work with these new stakeholders? On topics, which would be the key policy issues that think tanks of the future will have to engage with in relation to digital transformation. We've heard many interesting ideas in the session before, so perhaps our speakers will now engage with that. So we have 3 speakers lined up to share their initial ideas on these questions. These are, and if your cameras are not turned on, I encourage you to please do so. Mr. Regan Mugume, who's a research analyst at the Economic Policy Research Center, EPRC in Uganda. He specializes in financial inclusion, trade, food security, monitoring and relation, and quantitative survey analysis. We also have Mr. Bakan Nishingane, Program Officer at Southern Voice, a network of think tanks in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, devoted to advancing research from the Global South to international debates and on the Sustainable Development Agenda. In this role, he supports the evidence-based policy analysis and research programs of the network. And then we have Mrs. Jacqueline Kabume, who's a lawyer and program lead for the Law and Economy program at the Institute of Economic Affairs, Kenya. She has extensive experience in public policy research, advocacy, and legislative development. So how will the session work? We'll first ask our speakers to share their initial thoughts on the question that we'll share. But we also have some questions prepared for you, for all participants in the session to share their thoughts. If possible, we will be asking some people to voice their comments as panelists, but I'm not sure technology will work on that way. But we have ways for everybody to participate. So first off, I'd like to invite everybody to join us in to see if we're all who we have in the audience. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'm inviting you to please go to Menti. I don't know if you've used this before, but probably you have with this 2 years of an ongoing pandemic. I'm sure that most of you have already engaged with Menti. So if you can go on, ideally use your smartphones for this, so you can have your laptop or computer free to follow the session, and log into Menti. It's menti.com. Here above you have the website, and enter the code 7935-3057. And once you get there, click on the heart or the thumbs up to make sure that you've made it onto Mentimeter, and we know how many people are listening in right now. So we have 1 heart coming up, we have a thumbs up, they keep coming. It probably takes a little bit of time at the beginning while people start logging in. So I'll wait. We have more thumbs coming up. Okay, I see everybody is already is coming here. This way, this platform will help us engage a little bit more and hear from you more in real life. So from all participants, from the 100 people that we have right now, I'm very happy to see the number of people as well. It's a great turnout. Congratulations to the organizers for such great turnout. So after you make it into Menti, we'll now go into the next question. I would like to know a bit. So where is everybody joining us from? Oh, sorry, it's taking a little time to move. There you go. So the next question is, what country are you joining us from? So Brazil, Morocco, Zimbabwe, France, Ethiopia, Botswana. I'm based in Peru, by the way. So I rose up very early at 6 a.m. To be part of this. Great to see the spread of countries that we have represented here at the African Think Tank Summit, and all of us from other countries that have also joined. So Lesotho, Botswana, Nigeria, Canada, Zambia, France, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia. So those are the key countries that we're being joined from today. And I'll now, I'll let other people keep adding their questions. And on the chat, I see some people have answered as well. So we have someone from the United States as well. So thank you for joining, for engaging with us like this. Now we'd like to go on and invite our speakers to share. Oh, sorry, for one last question that I had. So if everybody can just say, how are you feeling today? I know you've had 2 days of session, so you're probably already warmed up. But how are you feeling for this session? So ready to go? You have a lot of ideas. Maybe you're a bit tired, probably the end of the day. Or you're just curious about what this session entails, what do we mean by young think tankers, what is this future of think tanks that we're discussing? Okay, so we have a group of very active people, a group of people that are waiting to see what this session will entail, and some people, of course, tired. It's, I think, 4 p.m. for most of you, so it's been already a long day, but happy to see that there's a lot of people ready to go, and a very large group as well, interested in, curious about what the session has to offer. So I'll invite now, please, Bakang. I'm going to stop sharing, and I'll invite Bakang, Jacqueline, and Regan to join me. If you can turn on your cameras, and probably Theodora, Brass, if you can help me. I'm not sure if they're being seen by everybody. If you can help me pin them to the. Great. So hello, welcome, Jacqueline. I see Regan up, and also. Okay. So we'll start with the questions. As I said, this is a session that is a follow-up from one we had with Southern Boys, in which young think tanks started discussing these questions. I'm going to post the questions on the chat so everybody can see them, and I'll ask first Regan and Bakang to do a summary from what we first discussed, and then I'll invite Jacqueline to share their thoughts. So Regan, do you want to start?
Yeah, it's fine, Andrea. It's a privilege being on the forum again. So I'm going to maybe summarize, give the key issues that policy think tanks should be tackling in future. I'm an economist, and I will look at it from an economic perspective. The policy think tanks in the future are going to be really tackling issues around population and how to harness the demographic dividend. And given that, for example, given that the continents of Africa and Asia are going to be experiencing a rapid population growth. So issues to do with migration, urbanization, and given that we are going to experience high population, then we have to look at how better can we serve this population. So issues of human capital development, education, health, and service delivery are very, very, very important. So those are some of the issues that policy think tanks will seek to address in future. I think for now, that's what I can say. Thank you, Andrea. My colleagues can add.
Thank you, Regan. Do you want to add, Bakang?
Yeah, sure. So last time during the Southern Voice Conference, we had like a really good mix of issues that we discussed. And before that, I'd like to say that we had quite a good representation of young researchers who shared like sort of a snapshot of what they think their work will look like in the vision of the evolving role of the think tank as we know it today. And I think we discussed like very much in depth within the context of COVID-19 and the transformation that has been triggered by the aftershocks of the crisis. And what was clear and perhaps calming in an exciting way is that young people have a lot to say and they're not complacent about the status quo. So if I may just summarize some of the key issues that emerged last time. Some of them were climate change and its impact on vulnerable people, how technology, AI, and digitization will redefine the work of think tanks, how we research, how we communicate, and how think tanks themselves are structured. We also talked about issues of food security, inclusive growth, how developing countries will navigate this task of balancing economic growth with environmentally conscious policies. There was also a lot of talk about population and its implications on developing countries, especially in Africa and Asia, and how governments in these countries can harness the demographic dividend. There was also a lot of talk about migration, how young people will highly likely leave their countries of origin in search of better livelihoods, and how governments can therefore invest in their populations and institutions to sort of mitigate this coming wave of what I call the war for young talent. And really the conversation was also centered around the aftershocks of COVID-19 and its intersections with conflict, and how different issues will be intersectional in the future: human rights, indigenous rights, climate change, and all of those things. So that's sort of like a snapshot summary of some of the key issues that emerged during the last time. Yeah.
Thank you, Bakang. That was really interesting as well. I'm noting the key topics. And Jacqueline, would you like to share what do you think would be the key issues that think tanks of the future should be tackling in the future?
Absolutely. Thanks, Andrea. So I think Bakang and Regan have done a perfect job at recounting. I was not part of the previous meeting, but in summary, it does capture what even us as the Institute of Economic Affairs based in Kenya, some of our projections for the main emerging issues that we'll be covering going forward. But I think the underlying point is that for think tanks, as we look at the future, we need to foresee a possibility of dealing with abstract policy challenges. The COVID has shown us that we are not always able to preempt the kind of challenges that we'll have going forward. So our ability to sort of foresee or craft solutions or propose solutions that can respond to abstract challenges, preemptive thinking is what will help us. So in summary, everything that they've said, add issues of environmental justice, add issues of social justice, what we have now, but evolving change, or rather evolving challenges. Those are some of the things that, that's the only thing that I can add in terms of what we'll be responding to in future.
Thank you, Jacqueline. That was really interesting as well. I think the focus on preparing for the unexpected and how COVID has changed, taught us at least something in that way is a really important aspect that we need to focus on. So, and I would like to keep that question and to ask to the panel and to participants as well. But I'd like to first see what people in the audience have to say about the key policy issues, so we can all discuss. If at any time anyone wants to make a conversation or raise at something, please raise your hands and we'll try to see how we can hear from you or type your messages on the chat. So what you have to say, so what are the key issues I think that should be tackling on the future? There's issues that relate to what you, Bakang, Jacqueline and Regan were saying. So it's climate change, reformation of education, engagement of the Board of Youth. I think that resonates with what you were saying, Bakang, on youth migration because of lack of opportunities. And then there's computers, proliferation of portable computers, and access skills and use of digital platform for women in business. So these are some of the key issues that resonate in the audience as well. Does anyone want to discuss any of this or share what their thoughts? Please do so. You can do so in the chat, or you can add something to us. Maybe one of the panelists, or I really encourage any young think tanker that here, or young at heart, if you may, to also join in on the conversation. And then I'd like to focus a bit while we wait on what Jacqueline was saying on how should we prepare for the unexpected. So what did you do maybe to prepare or to adjust to the pandemic? So that could maybe teach us or give us ideas of what we should start building on. Do you want to start, Jacqueline?
Sorry. So the question is, are you asking what we did in response to the current pandemic, or how we should prepare?
How you should prepare, thinking of what you did.
Okay, good. So I think there are several things. So first, I think the immediate one was harnessing the various digital resources that we have to be able to execute or implement our work. So for instance, before the pandemic, we know that we've moved most of our work online. So, and this is true for most organizations, most think tanks. So the ability to realize what resources are available to us, and then using those resources for to further our various mandates. So for instance, think tanks, part of our core mandate is research, it's policy engagement. So basically, using the digital tools that we have to further that work, to reach, to ensure that we expand our scope, expand our reach in terms of engagement, and ensure that we do not have a decline in terms of reaching policymakers. The fact that we physical movements and is restrained in some extent, but just using the resources that we have to ensure that we can still reach broader targets. And it's shown us, for instance, at this meeting, we have participants from across the globe without having to organize all the logistics of getting people physically there. So it's an issue of acknowledging that we have, with the digital transformation and progressively even into the future, we'll have to find out what resources are available to us, and then find the most innovative way that we can use to use this to our advantage. So that's the first. The second, the other thing is, that I think should be considered as we go forward is for think tanks to sort of explore how best they can invest in sort of multidisciplinary teams. So I think, again, what COVID has shown us is that just focusing on one sort of expertise within an institution may not be, may not yield or lead us to gaining the most inclusive sort of solutions. So if we want to have more broad, more inclusive perspectives as we go forward, and again, referring back to the abstract policy challenges that I was thinking about, the only way to address this would be by ensuring that we invest in a diverse set of teams, where we have think tanks having multidisciplinary teams. I'll start with those two, and then maybe I can add after my colleagues speak.
Thank you for the comment. So we have first the multidisciplinarity, and then the issues of connection and how the technology enables us to go far beyond what we had before with when we were focused on an office. So let's keep the question on the office for afterwards, because I think that's another interesting issue. But I don't know, Regan and Bakang, if you want to add to this. So how should we be preparing for this? And one extra thing, sorry. Would anybody be able, I don't know French, and I see that Makoto is making some comments. Could any of the organizers help me with translating? Okay, again, thanks.
Can I come in,
Yes.
Andrea?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Maybe in addition to what Jacqueline has indicated, to cope up with the COVID-19 pandemic, I think think tanks now need to really forge more partnerships, not just with maybe with a few stakeholders, but also look out in the public and private spaces. For example, we have seen that in terms of sustainability, think tanks now need to forge more partnerships with the private sector to ensure that, for example, they have enough data to conduct their research, but also have more resources, because given that most of the funds are actually in the private sector, which has not been utilized in the past, think tanks have not really been in partnerships with the private sector. So it's very, very important that in the period of the pandemic, think tanks develop new ways of forging partnerships, even amongst themselves, to be able to pull more resources. And these resources are not just limited to funds, but also data to conduct timely research that can be able to inform policy. And maybe in addition to that, think tanks need to utilize virtual like public dialogues, because at the end of it all, the result is how think tanks are able to provide solutions to the common person and to the public out there. So being able to open up more virtual and open dialogues to engage with the public in the different aspects of life is very, very important, because we don't need to be confined in offices, but to just go out and interact with the common people, with the population, to know what is affecting them. Let me just give an example of the TEDx platform, where we have several experts from different walks of life, and they come together and they are able to listen from the public, and the public is able to ask questions concerning all walks of life. So such forums are very, very important, and we need to be able to interact with the population to be able to stay afloat and to remain relevant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regan. I noticed the importance of partnerships, and I think that's also a key issue that we need to discuss. So establishing partnership with different actors, so the private sector, the different sectors that we think tanks have engaged with, but maybe not so good in the past. And then your last point was on, I just drew a blank. I was about to raise it. Could you rephrase the last thing that you said? I think was
I think my last point was about having virtual dialogues, open dialogues outside there with the public, to know what affects them and to be able to get those challenges so that they can work backwards and provide solutions to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think that's also an interesting point. So it's engaging virtually with the public, but what does that mean? And who is the public? So who are we referring to? Who is it? People who the policy will be affected? Is it people who have an interest? Is it people who are working on the topic? So I think that's another thing that we need to reflect on. Who is the public? We've had this very traditional view of us as think tankers in our offices and then engaging with the public, but who is this public? So that's another question to reflect. And I see that there are 3 raised hands, but also has informed me that you will be asked to accept an invitation to join, and we can continue the discussion with the group. So if you see a message, please accept it so you can join into the session. Great. So Bakang, anything that your comments on this?
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. So I definitely agree with my 2 co-panelists, and I think I work for Southern Voice, and so our work, we get to see like a snapshot of what think tanks are doing, each in their own distinct context, and how each of them have adapted to the demands of COVID-19. And I think that what we observed rather was how everyone adapted. And I think that's the common theme that Regent and Jacqueline were talking about. Everyone adapted, and we saw a lot of think tanks producing a lot of research work, producing a lot of articles, and producing a lot of evidence that speaks to how their countries were affected by COVID-19 and how their governments were responding as a result. And I think that is one key thing to take forward, is that think tanks have to keep on adapting to the different dimensions and to the different demands of the job, and using technology and using the data that they have to keep on producing more research. And as a result, you'll see that funding and more opportunities for collaboration will start flowing their way, because when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, they hit the ground running and started producing research without necessarily any funding. And 12 months later or 24 months later, you'll see a lot of grants and a lot of research programs that are targeted to think tanks for them to keep on producing more and more data. So I think the key thing then would be for think tanks to adapt or to fade away into a distant place that we would not be able to recover them from. So yeah, that's what I would add.
Thank you very much, Bakang, for your comments. And I don't know if anyone who's been able to come into the session. I saw that Gabriel raised her hands, Ibrahim raised his hand, and I see Gabriel. So can I ask you to, Patience, I know also wanted to speak, but I can't seem to.
I think, can you hear me? Wow.
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
we have please. Joshua as well.
Okay, so can you please just say what you, Gabriel?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sure. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, my name is Gabrielle. I'm a researcher at Plataforma Cipó. And talking a bit about the key issues topic, I had the chance to participate in the last Young Think Tankers Forum along with Bakang. And well, the previous panels and speakers today gave me plenty of new ideas about our role as young think tankers, especially on the matter of digital exclusion and cybersecurity. I think my contribution, looking at the experience here in Brazil, is to highlight that we have traditional communities and small farmers. And here it's really important to address how gender and race are fundamental in this discussion as well. And they are currently being silenced or purposely being left behind on fundamental policy issues and digitalization processes as well. And I think that digital exclusion is present in the lives of 46 million Brazilians today, with countless intersectional disadvantages, for example, with women, with digitally illiterate people and disabled groups. So I think if us as think tankers go way forward on this discussion, we may face the risk of repeating the same exclusion vulnerable groups already face in the physical world. And we may repeat the physical exclusions in the digital world. And we have to investigate successful digitalization experiences that leave no one behind, and that are able to fill a historical gap of access to information and participation. And I think it's the way is to design and build both analog and digital development initiatives tailored to this specific realities, echoing a bit of what Reagan said. And yeah, I think that's it, summing a bit of what I had in mind.
Thank you, Gabriel. That was very interesting, especially the focus on how technology might work towards exclusion. So thinking what we need to do to make up for that. I think there was someone else who wanted to join. Okay, I think Patient wanted to join afterwards, but let's move on to another question. So the next question is, I'm going to share my screen so we can invite the audience to discuss, and then this question will be asked to all you panelists, so to Jacqueline, Regan, and Bakang. So what will think tanks look like in the future? So that's for you to answer, but first let's hear from participants. What will think tanks in the future look like? We have a comment on that there should be sound partner for economic policy development and implementation. And then perhaps if any of you, Jacqueline, Regan, or Bakang want to jump in, just go ahead. Or anyone else that wants to join, just please.
Thank you. Can I come in, Andrea?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Maybe to just answer this question, that what will think tanks look like in future? Well, I think in future, think tanks are going to be, they're going to be multidisciplinary in nature, in a way that they are not going to tackle specific areas, but they're going to widen their scope of work and research to be able to remain relevant and to address issues that affect the world, instead of going, maybe can I say, sacrificing depth for breadth in a way, so that you have think tanks really covering a number of areas to be able to address the problems that affect the common person. Secondly, think tanks are going to, in terms of recruitment, they will have people that have diverse skills. Traditionally, we have been having think tanks recruiting, for example, academic people, researchers. But here in future, I see think tanks recruiting a number of professionals, quite diverse, communication professionals, people who are really good in digital, social media communication, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and the likes that will be in the future, but people who will be able to relay information in a palatable and simple way that communicates to the public, but also quite a number of professionals that will be able to harness the work of think tanks to be outward, to be out there in the public and to influence policy. And then in future, just as I had indicated, think tanks are going to have more partnerships, strategic partnerships with not only the government, but also the private sector, the civil society organizations, to extend their reach and to ensure that they are making impact. In terms of research, think tanks, the way they conduct their research is going to really change, because now, given the demand for evidence policy, policy research, we are going to see think tanks conducting real-time research, and that means they will leverage on big data analytics, machine learning, and of course the Internet of Things and the likes. So we're going to see think tanks being so dynamic in their way of doing things, so that they can really respond to the public, but also to the government in real time. For example, the case of COVID-19, where think tanks have been so innovative in their way of doing things, the way they communicate. For example, some of the research findings right now, even in Africa, where really our digital advancement is a bit low compared to other continents, but you find think tanks now going digital. Think tanks having Twitter and LinkedIn and other platforms of communicating their findings. So very dynamic. They're going to be very dynamic, and they're going to work towards producing evidence in real time. I think for now, that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regan. Do you want to join in, Bakang?
Yeah, thanks for that. So I would obviously have a lot to say, and the context that I speak in would be directed towards African think tanks, because this is the African Think Tank Summit after all. But I think what I would say would be applicable to other think tanks in other regions of the world as well. I think for specifically think tanks in Africa, they have been navigating very tough terrains, struggling with capacity amongst themselves and within themselves, struggling with funding and struggling with independence. That is being independent to set their own research agenda and to do the work that they want to do. I think many think tanks on the African continent, when they were founded through governments, and you will see that they still have this very codependent relationship with their governments, and now they're sort of going through this tricky and sometimes awkward abyss of trying to find their feet and set their own research agenda and set the tone of what they want to do in the communities that they work in. So I think in the future, African think tanks will be very independent, and not just in the formal sense, but in the procedural sense as well. Governments, of course, will have a role to play in think tanks, but it will not be as influential as it is now. I see think tanks having a very independent relationship with governments, where, of course, they would have that reciprocal relationship with governments, and they would treat each other as equals. And I think that think tanks of the future on the African continent will also be like a direct reflection of the political, social, and economic landscape of the world and of the continent as well, and not only of the countries that they operate in. And from a leadership perspective, I think think tanks on the African continent will have good leaders with transformative ideas and strategies to take them forward, with clear, transparent succession plans to empower more young people. Because I think, I speak frankly because I know the operating landscape of African think tanks and African civil society organizations. And I think that in the future, you will have more young people playing an active role in the leadership of these think tanks and civil society organizations. And I see think tanks, as a result, having like a very powerful role to play with impact in the communities that they operate in, and with direct links to continental and regional intergovernmental bodies like SADC, the African Union, ECOWAS, and so on. And finally, I think think tanks will play sort of an activist role to offset the many years of post-colonial economic and social impact and so on. There's currently a problem of corruption on the continent. I think they will play an activist role to sort of bridge the gap between policy and evidence, and to also speak to transformational strategies that can help countries overcome the impacts of corruption on their societies and so on. So that's what I would say for now.
Thank you, Bakang. I've noticed some follow-up questions for both of you, but I'd like to hear from Jacqueline before asking them.
Great, thank you. So I wouldn't want to overstate what has been said on think tanks having multidisciplinary teams, because I think we do not have a choice going forward if we are to achieve the sort of objectives of, as we move into this digital transformation, we have to have think tanks having more inclusive teams. But the only addition to that is I foresee a situation where we'll have the teams set across different geographical regions. So right now, I know most institutions, for instance, I'll speak for my organization, we are based in Kenya, and right now our entire team is here. But I think increasingly as we move into the future, there'll be need to have experts, have advisors based in other parts of the continent or other parts of the world, because nothing now prevents us from working or collaborating with people who are in whichever part of the world, but whose skills can complement the skills of the specific think tank or institution. So I foresee a situation where we will have expert advisors based in different parts of the world, senior fellows, basically just to strengthen the capacities of the think tanks. So that's the first. Then the other thing that I think is we will also see think tanks investing a lot more in terms of technology and the digital skills of their personnel. So as we say, it's inevitable that we will be using the digital space a lot more to advance our various objectives. So in that regard, I foresee a situation where most think tanks will henceforth put in a lot more investments, both in terms of skills, also in terms of resources, tools, machines, and so on and so forth, basically to help their personnel be able to engage or to be able to harness the power of the digital space. So that's the other point. I think my co-panelists have, Regan has spoken about machine learning, and well, the only other thing I'd like to add is I see us moving from manual processes and a lot of the work that we do right now, that is a lot of, we have paper-based work, and I think they've referred to this a bit in their comments as well. But I see us moving from manual processes, manual reports, and even in terms of the engagement and having more of digital tools, and both for policy engagement, both for as the outputs of our work and as the outputs of our research, moving from manual processes and books and more into the digital tools and digital products, if I may say so. So that would be my addition, because I think the other panelists have summarized.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. They're very interesting questions, very interesting comments, and I had some follow-up questions for you, but for both of you. So you mentioned something, Regan, on breadth versus depth. So I think that's a key point to reflect. How can we not lose the depth that sometimes is needed for specific issues without being sometimes very late in sharing results? So that's something that young thinkers and think tanks in general need to think of for planning the think tank of the future. Then Bakang mentioned something about independence, and I think that's a really important issue as well, that as we continue to partner with different organizations, as we continue to work globally, as we continue to strive for this more broad engagement, we need to keep thinking about how to manage our independence. Nobody is completely independent, because I don't know if that sounds well. So we have different ties with different organizations, but we cannot deter those ties from letting us think autonomously and creatively and with our own academic independence, even though we might have a contractual relationship to different people and to different organizations. And another good point, I think, is how to what you were mentioning about working globally, Jacqueline, and having people elsewhere. I wonder how that connects with both diversity, but also with digital inclusion and ensuring representation of the people that we have on our think tanks, and also how that maps up with this career lines that we need to build into organizations for young think tankers. And one thing that I'd like to see of think tanks in the future that's my take, is more equal and more diverse. We run an annual State of the Sector report, and we always find that think tanks are continuously led by men. So 75% of think tanks are led by men. Most senior staff is men. That's just how things have been progressing, but we need to keep acting, and we need to keep making this visible. And it's not only that, they're founded by men. So up until the last 10 years, more than 50% of think tanks have been founded just by men. So we need to have, I think, the think tank of the future for me will look female and diverse, because we're tracking gender, but there's other demographics that are important. So race, ethnicity, where you belong, so age as well. So we have this focus on young think tankers, but there's different ages and people that need to complement to this. So that's how I would like to see the think tank in the future as well. I would like to think in the future to be multidisciplinary, equine, and diverse. We need to accurately represent the diversity of the world, to be able to give voice to everybody that we aim to support. And now we should be wrapping up. We had a couple of questions. We had just one more question that probably I'd like to no, let's just, the last question would be, are we prepared for this? I think thanks prepared for this coming changes. And if not, how should we be preparing for that? If you can give one or two comments on that, and then we'll be wrapping up. So Jacqueline and Regan, are think tanks prepared for this changes and for this future that you're envisaging? And if not, how they should prepare?
Thank you, Andre.
Great.
Maybe to address, partly answer that question, are we prepared? We are not. I can't say we are not. I can say we are not prepared, but we are in the process of really, we are building back better, I may say, because from an African context, many think tanks in terms of sustainability are still lacking. And going back to Bakanga's point of independence, most think tanks rely so much on grants, and these they are volatile and they are not predictable in any way, and that really jeopardizes the sustainability of think tanks in Africa. Secondly, from a gender perspective, you realize that for think tanks to make impact and foster inclusive and sustainable development, the role of women has to be prominent. But as it stands now, women are still underrepresented in most think tanks. If you, Andrea just indicated that the ratio of men to women is quite high. And so for think tanks to remain relevant in future, the role of women has to be more prominent, because globally, for example, you find the population of women compared, of course, to men. Actually, women represent more than 50% of the global population. And so that means for us to achieve development, for think tanks to foster development, women have to be represented in an equitable way. So it's very, very important that the role of women has to come out prominent going forward. And also, there is the issue of the digital divide. It's going to be very hard for think tanks to remain relevant in future if you are not adopting these digital technologies. So as it stands right now, most think tanks are still using the manual ways. But as time goes on, they need to adopt the digital technologies. They need to embrace the virtual spaces, the digital virtual spaces. They need to engage with the public through these platforms, digital platforms, where they can be able to get the challenges that affect the population in a timely way, because the digital technologies help think tanks to work effectively, but also efficiently. It's very, very important. So that is the way to go. We all have to accept that digital technology is the way to go. It is not just an alternative, but it is the way to go for think tanks to remain afloat and to remain competitive and efficient. And maybe to conclude that think tanks need to really collaborate and create more partnerships. Instead of competing against themselves, they need to collaborate, because you realize that every think tank has at least an area of comparative advantage over maybe the others. So how can we be able to create synergies? How can we be able to cooperate and to collaborate than competing each other? How can we be able, for example, some think tanks are really strong in gathering data, and making sense out of it. Some others are good in advocacy. Some others are really good in communication strategies. So how can we be able to collaborate without competing against each other? Because you find think tanks actually even competing for resources, funds. They announce a grant, a big grant, and think tanks are competing against each other instead of actually collaborating and, for example, winning the grant. What about that alternative? So collaborating to maximize, to optimize resources in terms of the data, in terms of human resources, because you find it's very possible that actually think tanks can rely on academic institutions.
Sorry, Regan, and I need you to wrap it up in like 10
seconds. But basically that is it. Collaboration, partnerships, and strategic, synergies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Regan. So the keywords that I keep from you is digital, inclusive, connected, and collaboration. Jacqueline, can you say your final words? And if you can identify like the keywords as well, like with Regan, so say what you want, and I'll, if you can give your last comments and identify the keywords that how you think the think tanks in the future should be. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So just to respond to your question about how my comment on the geographical spread would affect questions of inclusivity and representation, I think it will definitely be a good thing to have diverse teams set across different parts of the globe, just to ensure that we are spreading skills, we are spreading experience from different places, we are harnessing capacities from different places, and just democratizing knowledge to be able to make sure we can borrow or learn from other. So that exposure will be useful, and it will definitely help to have more inclusive teams. So a team that does not look a certain way. So in a team we'll have not only different in skills, but representative of different races, different gender, and so on, which I think is healthy for any think tank or institution. And then you asked, I think the other thing that I'd like to say is that to ensure the sort of gender representation or representation of different demographic groups, all think tanks I believe operate on, they are set along a certain legal or regulatory operational framework for different countries. So if there was a way, I think that would incentivize the think tanks to have more representative teams, some incentives to have think tanks hiring more women, hiring younger people, whether it be in some sort of benefit that will accrue to the institution, just so that we ensure that we bring on board or we have more women or the underrepresented gender or the underrepresented demographic groups. So I think that would be what I would say in terms of helping them be more representative. I am seeing I don't know whether I've missed a question that you've asked, but I think that's what I'd like to say. If I've missed something, please let me know, then I'll respond.
No. I think that was great. And I'll highlight the keywords for you, which would be diverse, both in characteristics and in skills. So thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And lastly, Bakang.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. So I'll say a couple of things really quickly. I think there's an intergenerational divide on the subject of digital transformation. And I said through some of the sessions during today's session, today's conference, and yesterday's sessions as well. I think the older generation sees it, and not to perpetuate any ageism, of course, I think the older generation sees technology as this new normal, while the younger generation sees technology as a normal way of life that they were born into. And it's only common sense that technology should be at the forefront of everything in their lives, right, including governance and policy making. I think how think tanks should prepare should be to mainstream young people, young researchers into every conversation, into every research program, into every grant-making opportunity don't leave us at towards the end. Don't let it be an afterthought. And oh, by the way, let's include a young person so that we can, satisfy funding requirements. I think there's also an opportunity to use technology to close the opportunity gaps that we currently see in international development research and think tanks. I think particularly Global South researchers are usually left behind in conferences of countries where it's very difficult to get visas and very difficult immigration requirements. And if I can just give an example, at Southern Voice, there was an article that our head of communications recently published that we've learned that over the past year, virtual conferences have been a game changer for Global South researchers because they don't have to go through those hefty visa requirements and funding for flights and accommodation and all of that. So I think think tanks can use technology to close these opportunity gaps. Lastly, I would say that it's very important for think tanks to build internal capacity within themselves, especially capacity to produce high quality research outputs and also capacity to communicate those outputs in an accessible and in an engaging manner. And I think this can be done through like training researchers on writing and publishing for diverse audiences, having internal quality checks and controls to make sure that all these outputs
on va mettre un terme à l'échange dans les 2 prochaines minutes.
Thank you, Bakan. I think
two small minutes for you to wrap up, Andrea. We have a little bit more time than expected.
And thank you very much for the comment. Perfect. We're just wrapping up. So thank you.
Voilà, le réseau.
Don't let neither technology, nor diversity, nor age be useless. Continue the good impact that technology and virtual events have had on researchers from the Global South. And with that, thank you very much to it on and help shape the future of think tanks and the impact of and the use of technology in this. And thank you very much for those of you who listened and participated. And thank you again.
Merci à Andrea, merci à Jacqueline, Regan et Bakan, Gabriel également qui est passé par là dans cette session consacrée aux jeunes think tankers. Je dois rappeler que la session a été co-organisée par On Think Tank et Southern Voice. Merci infiniment. Mesdames et messieurs, nous arrivons bientôt au terme de ces importants travaux. À cet instant, 20 minutes, chrono en main, nous allons débuter la cérémonie de clôture du 8e sommet des think tanks d'Afrique. 3 prises de parole vont marquer cette cérémonie de clôture, mais avant, et avec vous, Drusilla, on va passer en revue quelques moments forts que nous avons vécus ensemble hier et aujourd'hui. Drus?
Tout à fait, Vincent de Paula Tangana. Ladies and gentlemen, dear experts and participants of this 8th Africa Think Tank Summit on Digital Transformation, we're slowly, like Vincent said, but surely drawing to the end of this 2-day conclave that has given us the platform to expertly size up not only what is needed, but also smooth out the roadblocks and clear the path to building Africa better post-COVID-19. The African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF, gave us the opportunity to discuss some relevant and crucial themes to this transformation. We understood better the key concepts and the prevailing situation. We dug deeper into initiatives to foster this transformation, identifying the right policies and critical skills needed. All that in the first 3 sessions of day 1, that was yesterday. And to whip up all of that together, today, final words, ladies and gentlemen, will be had in just a while. We had young men and women who told us, how to improve on this and how to take this initiative to another level that we all think to have. And so 2 full days of exchanges that have led to a number of key messages. But before we get into these messages, Vincent de Paula Tangana, permit me to welcome the Director of Knowledge Management and Program Evaluation of IUDA NEPAD, Mr. Martin Bwalia. You have the floor, sir, if you're with us.
Martin?
Mr. Martin? Based on the poll, we might not be getting Mr. Martin exactly. Maybe time that we introduce the key messages.
Voilà, le message clé donc, communiqué, qui nous sera délivré à cet instant par Madame Grace Kaimila Kanjo, directrice développement des finances et de l'administration ACBF. Madame, à vous la parole à cet instant.
My apologies, Madam Moderator. Please allow Mr. Bowali a few minutes to join. He's just having connectivity problems. You may proceed with the program and he will join in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
La parole donc à Grace Kaimila Kanjo.
Thank you very much. I am going to read the communique for the think tank on digital transformation in post-COVID-19 Africa, opportunities, challenges, and options for building back better. Preamble. We, representatives of African think tanks and delegates and participants to the 8th Africa Think Tank Summit, met virtually on 9 and 10 December 2021. As we conclude the 2021 summit on the theme Digital Transformation in Post-COVID-19 Africa, Opportunities, Challenges, and Options for Building Back Better, we express our deepest and sincere appreciation to the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF, for convening such a gathering in partnership with the African Development Bank, the African Export-Import Bank, the African Peer Review Mechanism, the African Union Commission, the African Commission, the African Union Commission, the African Union Development Agency, AU, AUDA NEPAD, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, the Development Center for the Organization of Economic Cooperation, OECD-DEF, the International Cooperation Center of China's National Development and Reform Commission, the Islamic Development Bank, the ON Think Tank, the Southern Voice, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the United Nations Development Program, and the United Nations Office of the Special Advisor on Africa. We affirm that digital transformation remains essential for the achievement of the objectives set for African Union's Agenda 2063 and the Global Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Experiences and studies shared during the 2021 Africa Think Tank Summit show that digital transformation helps to set the direction, achieve better outcomes, provide goods and services more effectively and efficiently in all countries and regions, and find effective and innovative solutions to economic and implementation challenges faced by African countries. We acknowledge the substantial technical work and the potential role of the African think tanks in supporting the digital transformation agenda of the continent. Africa's think tanks stand ready to contribute to the African Union, regional economic communities, the African countries' efforts towards fostering and implementing digital transformation, including on policy design, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation, as well as building the adequate competencies and skills. On right policy mix for building the critical capacities for digital transformation in Africa, we welcome the ongoing effort by African countries and continental institutions to develop and implement policy actions in accordance with the digital transformation agenda for Africa, and call on the African Union Commission to utilize the services and expertise of African think tanks, providing technical support and in continuing the analytical work to help identify countries where support is most needed and where additional actions may be required. We note with concern that there is a dearth of reliable data in Africa for evidence-based planning and policy formulation to support the digital transformation of the continent. This compromises the design of adequate mix of right policies and their implementation. The use of evidence needs to be systematic, as it is an important element of sound policy making. We call upon African countries to design the right and evidence-based policies for digital transformation, which might require transforming bureaucracies, institutional arrangements, and governance cultures that have been in place for decades, as well as developing skills, especially critical technical skills in science, technology, and innovation. Also, to develop and implement the right policy mix, taking into account issues of coherence and coordination, as well as comprehensiveness of capacity building for digital transformation, which is even most critical. We reiterate that capacity in its various forms is hobbling digital transformation in Africa. There is therefore need to identify, attract, train, and retain new sets of skills and capacities in the public sector to address new political and technological developments effectively. Human and institutional capacities, critical technical competencies, and transformative leadership skills need to be built for all actors and key stakeholders, including government, private sector, and civil society organizations. On the role of think tanks supporting digital transformation while enhancing relevance and sustainability, we recognize that think tanks can and should play a critical role and contribute to the design, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation of digital transformation policies, strategies, and plans at local, national, regional, and continental levels. We understand that African think tanks support by providing advice on the policy options and innovative solutions to successfully tackle the bottlenecks facing the implementation of digital transformation policies, strategies, and plans. We therefore urge African countries and institutions, as well as key actors, to utilize these intellectual resources and call on African think tanks to intensify their research and policy advice, capacity building, advocacy, and technical support to fast-track Africa's journey toward digital transformation. We recognize the urgent call for African think tanks to lead the process and work with ACBF on the setting of a long-term continental research agenda and the design of a comprehensive capacity building program, both for accelerating Africa's digital transformation and for the continued enhancement of the relevance and sustainability of African think tanks. This will contribute to addressing gaps identified in key areas such as human capital and skills development, institutional and policy support, and knowledge sharing and advocacy to accelerate the implementation of Africa's digital transformation strategy. Moving forward, we reaffirm the importance of establishing partnerships and coordination mechanisms to support digital transformation in Africa. The success of Africa in the digital era depends on how the key stakeholders and actors work together by pooling resources and competencies and adequately reporting on same on a regular basis, guided by evidence. Partners and actors taking part in the 2021 Africa Think Tank Summit have committed to building relationships to ensure that information and knowledge is shared, that technical expertise is built, and that necessary financial resources are mobilized to support digital transformation in Africa. We call on ACBF in partnership with supporters of this summit and African think tanks to work together to develop programs in digital capacity building for Africa to fast-track digital transformation on the continent. The program will support digitalization policy formulation and implementation in African countries. We express our profound concern that African think tanks are facing sustainability issues exacerbated by COVID-19. We therefore stress the need to support African think tanks and call upon AUC, African Development Bank, and other supporters of think tanks to work with ACBF to mobilize adequate resources exclusively dedicated to African think tanks. There is need to recapacitate existing think tanks to ensure that they pay attention to emerging areas such as digitalization and the African Continental Free Trade Area, and provide the needed support to the platforms such as the African Think Tank Network and the Africa Think Tank Summits are sustained. We resolve to support ACBF to continue providing leadership in coordinating our efforts towards staying engaged and working together to effectively contribute to tackling Africa's development challenges. We will reconvene in 2022 to take stock of progress in implementing the decisions that we have taken today, presented on 10 December 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Immense thanks to you, Mrs. Grace Kaimila Kanjo, Director of Finances and Administration Department, ABCF, for the final communique containing the key messages on this two-day summit organized by the ACBF. Maybe we'll find out if we already have Mr. Martin Boualia, who had to give us a few words just before the final communique. Is Martin available?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this closing ceremony, Martin. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and my apologies for the late joining. We are still having some challenges with the connection. We have just improvised some way of connecting. So let me be very quick and appreciate the invitation extended to us to participate and also offer these reflections at the end of the summit. I think it goes without saying that this increasingly is an important aspect of the continent's development agenda. And I say increasingly because we're looking at the last decade or 2 decades that you notice at member state level the issue of knowledge. And that is critical in terms of our own capacities, our own resources, and the ownership of the narrative in terms of knowledge, in terms of science. And in the African Union Development Agency, especially now, the message is knowledge, science as a development resource that we need to harness, we need to cultivate the same way we do all other resources. And therefore, this summit is a critical part of that process of capitalization of knowledge and making it available, accessible for decision-making in the development space. So in this context, let me say just 2 messages. One is, as actually is being mentioned, once we've done this conversation, these discussions, what next? And the issue is about implementation. How do we ensure that what we're talking about, the knowledge, the science we're generating through the work of the think tanks, and I also here want to acknowledge the homegrown, the African-based, African-focused think tanks. What next? And one of the things that I want to highlight here, which is again a major issue that member states, countries also bring up, is that implementation cannot happen in the think tanks themselves, in the policy space itself, in the practice space itself. Implementation would come from connection across these three segments or interests. We have to connect policy, science and knowledge, and practice. And this again is an implementation capability that we are saying we need to pay attention to. It will not happen by itself in terms of those systems approaches, in terms of those sector connections, and the mutual link together. That is one point. The other point is that we cannot have science think tank happening only in specialized entities. So the challenge to ACBF, to AUDA, to all the think tanks is also to support our technical staff, our managers, to actually embrace in our organizations, in our departments, that thinking, that analysis and knowledge generation is an integral part of implementation, is an integral part of capacity to implement our economic growth and development agendas. And this is, again, an area where we acknowledge the value of the work that ACBF is doing, And we look forward to actually collaborating, working with you. You may know, actually, many of you, that in the new structure of the African Union Development Agency, we now have centers of excellence, 5 of them located in different parts of the continent. And using these centers of excellence, we are actually putting a lot more effort and deliberate resources to augment the issue of knowledge generation, the issue of think tank functioning, and connecting with policy and practice. So I thank you so much again, and wish everybody that is in the summit that has participated all the best in the coming year. And I look forward, as was said, that when we meet this time next year, we can have our head high and look at not just discussions, but what we are delivering very practically and concretely at the front line of implementation. I thank you so much.
Merci infiniment, Martine. Nous allons à présent écouter le discours de clôture de ce 8e sommet des think tanks d'Afrique. Le mot de la fin revient au professeur Nadozie Emmanuel, secrétaire exécutif ACPF. Prof, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, mon cher hôte. Je ne vais pas me lancer dans les détails du protocole ici, car il a été déjà mentionné les partenaires qui sont ici présents et qui nous ont accompagnés dans le chemin de, n'est-ce pas, le déroulement de ce sommet. So just to quickly, because everybody has been listening for 2 days, to see how I can give as brief a comment as possible, starting with recognizing the African Union Commission, the African Union Agency, Development Agency, NEPAD, that you just heard from, and the African Development Bank, as well as the United Nations Office of Special Advisor on Africa, and the other distinguished representatives of our organizing partners, whether it is BADEA or it's Afreximbank, or it's Islamic Development Bank, or Southern, those from our partners, from all the other organizations that we cherish very much, including the UN agencies, ECA and UNDP, the Southern Voice. It is really with great satisfaction that I deliver some closing remarks today, following the past 2 days of intense engagement. I think you will all agree with me that we have had 2 incredible days of enlightenment and motivational presentations. And I don't know about you, but I'm motivated to get into action and start getting things done. As you recall, the main objective of this summit, the 8th African Think Tank Summit, was really to explore policy and implementation modalities that are essential to leveraging digitalization to build African economies back better during this period of COVID, and as well as the post-COVID-19 period. I have no doubt that this summit has really successfully met its objectives, as evidenced by the high-level engagement and quality interactions, together with the brilliant policy actions that have come out of this esteemed gathering. We even had the opportunity of listening to the young think tankers who had a thing or two to teach all of us about the future. Without seeming to be repeating the just read communique, I would like to commend you all for recognizing capacity building as a catalyst through which digital transformation can be propelled, and the need to design a comprehensive capacity development program that can address the capacity gaps in the different facets of our economies. Indeed, this is essential, and I can assure you that ACPF will, as usual, take the lead in ensuring that this is actioned of course, with the support of all our esteemed partners, because we cannot go it alone. But one major issue that emerged from this summit is the issue of policy. And in this regard, two things were highlighted. The first is getting the policies right. And the second, which is even more important, is implementing these policies. So it's one thing to design the policies, but it's yet again, implementation and implementation and implementation, which is the gap that Africa faces and which is the thing that is hobbling development and preventing African countries from moving from fantastic strategies to desirable development outcomes on the ground. But policy implementation requires capacity, more importantly, even more than anything else, because you can have all the money, you don't have the capacity, whether it's the institutional arrangement or the human capacity or the rules and regulations or the systems in place, you are not going to be able to really implement. So in this regard, ACBF will continue to play the three key roles. The first is to help in developing a credible digital capacity development program for Africa. And we're in the process of doing that with some partners, and we will welcome others to join this. And this will be in support of the digital transformation strategy for Africa. So we're not doing something that is out there. Africa has a strategy, and we must tailor this digital capacity development program, develop it in line or in support of the digital transformation strategy for Africa, working directly, in particular with AU Commission and AUDA NEPAD, and of course, everyone else that I mentioned who are the key partners involved. We welcome you in this effort. The second is we will continue and indeed intensify our work in coordinating the African think tanks through the African Think Tank Network, which the networks requested us to do. And we will ensure that this coordination is deepened and expanded and bring in even more think tanks in the picture and make it even more effective in its operations. So as you know, ACBF created and supported over 50 think tanks in Africa. And so we welcome everyone's support to strengthen this network. And let me repeat what I said at the opening. I do not understand how we have all these distinguished partners that I mentioned. A lot of them are well endowed with billions of dollars in resources, cannot come and sit with us to be able to design how to strengthen the think tanks, make sure that they have what you may consider to be predictable, adequate, and sustainable financing to make them more relevant, more effective, and more sustainable. Please, I call upon us, that time has come for us to address this critical issue so that the think tanks can adequately play their role. Number three, we will help in mapping and landscaping what is happening on the ground at various levels. In line with the call from many of you, in particular, Ms. Anne Rita Semboga did from ITU, did indicate the need for us to do this mapping exercise or landscaping exercise. ACBF is willing and ready to get on with that work. Working together with our think tanks, of course, to know who is doing what, where, and how, as a first step towards the establishment of a better coordination mechanism and role, in line with the call that many of you have already made, including Honorable Inka Adeyemi and this, and also other people who said that they call upon ACBF to to help in this coordination exercise. We value our partnership with African Union Commission and AUDA NEPAD and call for the establishment and operationalization of an effective mechanism for the implementation of the digital transformation strategy for Africa. We've got the strategy, now we need to implement it, and we need to systematically monitor what is happening with this implementation going forward. Just like as we have done for Agenda 2063, and we have done for some other initiatives for the continent. And we all contributed to establishing this strategy. So it's a shared strategy, it's our own strategy, and we must make sure it's implemented. Je voudrais profiter de cette occasion pour remercier nos panélistes. modérateurs et hôtes, à savoir Madame Lucila Mokoso-Djoki, qui était israéliste et journaliste CRTV au Cameroun, et M. Vincent de Port Atagana, grand reporter de CRTV, pour le zèle et l'expertise démontrée dans la façon dont ils ont géré toutes nos sessions. Plus important encore, je tiens à remercier tous les participants pour leur engagement tout au long des 2 jours et les riches contributions apportées aux discussions que nous avons eues sur l'avancement de la transformation numérique en Afrique. En effet, pour que l'Afrique survive à la pandémie, il faudra les idées innovantes qui émanaient de ce sommet. Et avec le haut calibre des think tanks que nous avons, je pense qu'avec plus de détermination, l'avenir de notre continent est radieux. Je suis reconnaissant à tous nos partenaires pour les contributions apportées au succès du sommet Afrique 2021 de think tank. Votre soutien continu est une démonstration claire du rôle essentiel que jouent les partenariats dans l'avancement des objectifs de développement. Je tiens à exprimer ma gratitude à mon équipe, le personnel de l'ACBF, pour leur travail acharné dans la préparation de ce sommet. Également, je voudrais remercier, n'est-ce pas, les interprètes et les autres qui ont fait, n'est-ce pas, de ce sommet un succès que nous venons, n'est-ce pas, de voir. Enfin, je tiens à vous assurer à tous que l'ACBF prendra l'initiative et l'obligation de veiller à ce que tous les plans d'action convenus soient mis en œuvre. Ce qui est le point le plus important à retenir pour ce sommet. Nous croyons au discours et à l'action. Nous vous contacterons dans vos différentes fraternités pour voir comment nous pouvons travailler ensemble dans la mise en œuvre de programmes et de projets à la recherche de solutions innovantes et des recommandations générées par ce sommet. Encore une fois, je vous remercie tous d'avoir pris le temps, malgré votre emploi de temps chargé, d'être avec nous au cours des 2 derniers jours. Je vous souhaite un mois de décembre reposant alors que nous concluons de 2021. Meilleurs vœux à toutes et à tous. Merci infiniment. À bientôt. À vous, monsieur et madame les hôtes.
Thank you very much, the Executive Secretary of ACBF. We received with kind hearts, you know, the warm words that you had for myself, Priscilla, and for my colleague Vincent de Paul Atagana. Your Excellencies, experts, think tankers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is here. We draw the curtains on the 2021 Africa Think Tank Summit on Digital Transformation in Post-COVID-19 Africa. We're not only positive, but proud to say this summit is leading the stage on opportunities and options for building back Africa better following the pandemic. Our immense gratitude to the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF, for this phenomenal work, as we wish the organization more success post its 30th anniversary that it is celebrating. A gratitude too to all speakers, moderators, panelists, participants, and colleagues who made this 8th summit a resounding success. On that, ladies and gentlemen, myself, Drusilla Mokoso-Djoki, and my colleague, Vincent de Paul Atagana, bid you farewell. We're hoping to meet you again next year. Goodbye.
Au revoir.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.